What's up, everybody, and welcome back to another Pokemon Rants. You know, there are a few people in the hobby that live in such antithesis with their own name. Basic Trainer is everything but basic. Deeply rooted in a foundation of integrity, honor, and trust, Basic has built a name for himself that will be shouted from the mountaintops even when he's silent. And this, my friends, is how you know when you're far from the basics. Breaking records throughout our space, such as 24-hour live streams, daydreaming about other people's grandmas, and a weird obsession with My Little Pony and Pikachu, he continues to pleasantly surprise us all. And even though he stumbled down a dark path called Metazoo, he luckily was able to keep a torch lit to guide his way out of the darkness. Now back into the light that is Pokemon, we will see just what his journey has in store. So let's knock one out of the park, celebrate the home run like it's the Cubs, with the one, the only, Basic Trainer. Basic, welcome to Pokemon Wonder.
Wonder, what an intro. You have the best intros, hands down. I mean, that's it's not even a challenge. No one should. But thank you for having me on, man. Thank you for having me on. Like we were having a conversation a little bit earlier ago. I can officially, now that we're officially live, put you on as the 17th channel that I've been on. So that's pretty crazy on its own.
That's right.
Lucky number 17.
I got it. Lock it in, man. Lock it in. We're live. Before we dive in, want to say happy belated birthday. Sorry I missed it about, 2 weeks ago. Hope it was a great one. Hope you enjoyed it, man. 36, 35?
28, but yeah, 30, yeah, 36 years old, and yeah, for sure, it was an awesome one. It was the 18th, so yeah, almost 2 weeks ago. And as you get older, it just becomes one of those things. Like it's just like any other day.
Just another day.
It really is. If anything, it's just the only thing I look forward to is justifying a purchase for myself. That's really what it is. That's really what it comes out to.
Look what I get to buy. It's my birthday. Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly.
And I get to do that 2 months in a row with Christmas and January. So yeah, that's not bad.
Perfect. But save up throughout the year though.
10 months of saving. That's right.
Well, as we're jumping in, man, just give us a little intro. Let us know kind of where you are, your background, and how you got into Pokemon, and then we'll get started, my friend.
Oh man, background. How we all got started, how a lot of us got started back in '99. I was in 5th grade. I was 11 years old, and the anime came out. And I was hooked. I don't remember how it happened, but all of a sudden, everyone had Pokemon cards, just like any other fad that or things that turned out to be fads. It's like, oh, I got to get myself some Pokemon cards, right? And then when you have the tie to the anime, it's very easy. Collecting cards with the friends. At that point, everyone's a nerd, and everyone's a kid. Everyone's still enjoying that. It was a pretty awesome time. I remember those days vividly, and it was arguably one of my favorite times out of my whole life. During that 99 2000 era. And yeah, it just just like I guess most people as well, we kind of grow up because we got 1 year older and we get too cool for Pokemon, and that's too nerdy. And as you tend to grow and tend to go into middle school, and that's like, well, that's not cool. And you start looking at other people around you, and they start leaving the cards, and you start becoming a little self-conscious about those things when you're a kid, and you don't want to be picked on, you don't want to get ridiculed for still liking toys, still liking a kid's thing. So yeah, naturally left it because of those things. And I never really looked back. Started, got into went into high school. High school really was probably the very first time that I started peeking back, because I kept my entire collection. I've always had it through. But that was the first time that I started venturing into acquiring things, and not really from a collection standpoint. It started with a Game Boy. And I really, because I started seeing all these speed runs on YouTube, I started running into these things. So obviously that kind of gave me the idea to, let's do that. And I wanted to jump back in playing the game. So started buying a few versions. I did not have my Game Boy. I did have the yellow version. That was the only version I ever owned. So yeah, I started, playing that, playing a little bit here and there. I remember picking up a pack here and there, but literally like a handful in my high school career. It was just one of those, curiosity, opened it, left them. It wasn't until after high school, got into the workforce. I'm in the trades. And so once I started, making some money, I didn't have my first child until 23. So during that time of out of high school and get into the workforce, started building some money. And naturally, because of the Game Boy games and whatnot, I started running into other Pokemon related videos. And that is how I found Gem and Pokemon. That's how I found I mention this guy all the time because it's just one of those cool things to have experienced, or watching this person and no one else does. No one else knows who this guy is. But Crack Rock McCabe, who is also actually best friends with Gem and Pokemon, and they both did the same thing. They would crack boxes, grade, and add them to the collection. So once I found out what slabs were, I was hooked. Because through this time, I was collecting memorabilia, and for me, it was always about displayability. Displayability for me is everything. In sports memorabilia, that's definitely the thing that stands out, right? You're displaying it. It's right there. So when I found slabs, I was hooked, and I never looked back. I still have my very first 3 slabs, nobody slabs, literally a bill from base set. A very playable card, because one of my favorite games, probably the favorite Game Boy game, is the trading card game. So when you're building a deck, bill is essential. It's your draw 2, or today draw 3, right? So it's your draw 2. Had to get that one, and on the same trend, Professor Oak. So had to get me a slab Professor Oak base set. And then naturally, I found the Team Rocket Returns from Team Rocket set. I love Team Rocket. I'm a Team Rocket fan. So that was my 3rd slab, all within a span of probably 24 hours. So I think for a whopping $7, which is probably what they're worth today, $7. But
about right. It's about right.
Yeah. But yeah, and then everything else is just pretty much what's led up to today. Watching a lot of YouTubers. Watching a lot of what I would consider just regular people, right? Because it's one thing, you have influencers that have been doing it for a long time, and then they have a big following, but then slowly but surely, all of these, smaller channels started popping up, and I got very into it because they were more based on markets, based on history, based on, those types of things. And I was very intrigued by it. And man, there's so much details in between, but here we are, right? Here we are. We're talking shop, and it's one of my favorite things because as a kid, even as an adult, before 2016, it was not cool to say that you're into Pokemon. It was not cool to say that you're buying Pokemon slabs or sealed product and things like that. And luckily through time, we all then figured out, we all do the same thing. We all live the same lives. We all still collect. Right. Yeah, exactly. So I'm definitely grateful that we all found this space and we all got back into collecting because it's honestly very genuinely enjoyable.
Fully agree with you. Fully agree with you. I love the story. Love that. Yeah, I was wondering how Gem Mint got on your radar. I know he is one of your idols, and I was like, what'd you do? You just ran across him on YouTube? But it sounds like exactly what happened.
Yeah, just again, it started out with the Game Boys, and then all of a sudden the recommended.
That's right.
Here's this
Does his
guy. I was
thing.
like, oh, and it was actually because the thumbnail had a base set box, right? And I was like, wait. My reaction was, wait a minute, these things exist. How did it get that? That should be so. That's got to be so rare. He probably found it like somewhere behind someone's backyard or something, someone's attic. And obviously, we know that now there's hangers with worth of base set booster boxes.
Much like some of us who realized, oh, I didn't realize this sold them in a box like that. I thought it was only in packs. It's like, wow, this is awesome. A couple of shout outs before we get started. All the legends in the chat. Terry, he was the first one in there early today. Terry Lake, good to see you, my friend. Felipe is here with us. Chef. Ivy dropped in. Great to have you with us, Ivy. Drew, thanks for stopping by, Drew. R&D's in here. Good to see you, Zach, my friend, as always. We got the green shiz. Good to see you, Josh. Oh yeah. We got some legends in here. Mrs. A is in here too. Good to see you, Miss A. Thanks for stopping by. The Mexican hipster. I think I saw also a few more. Navi Station, Brother Brat. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much, everybody.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the
chat. Walrus. Hey all, except Wonder. Don't worry, everybody. This is how he shows he loves me. It's like that kid who hits you in the playground. Yeah, that's what it is. Don't worry.
That's him flirting with you.
All love. Yeah, that's right. Don't worry. He's gonna ask me to take my shirt off before too long. We'll see. We'll see how the live goes. We'll see how it goes. Looking good, guys. Ernie's in here too. So many great people. Thanks everybody for stopping by. BB.
If I may, while we're shouting out, I want to shout out my sponsor, Catch 'em All Collectibles.
Where you at, Dan?
After Metazoo was dead for about maybe 24 hours, this guy had the most legendary live Metazoo live ever that anyone has ever had. 290, I think, at the peak in there. A lot of people that were in there, I was shocked that they were in there because I know them. They're mostly, a lot of them are players. They don't have YouTube channels or anything along those lines, and yet they were in here. So again, I'm not sure how it works, but I checked maybe 5-10 minutes after, and then he had 1,300 views 10 minutes after it ended. So I'm assuming that means 1,300 in and out. Is that me, by the way, the Discord? Yes, it is. Let me X that out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Shout out to the legend Dan for putting that on. He's keeping Metazoo alive. So don't worry, Dan. You keep doing you. I'll take care of PK. You keep the show.
Oh, Java, man. You didn't have to do that, man. Thank you so much. Java gifted 5 memberships here, bringing out some lurkers in the chat. Much appreciated, Java. Thank you, man. Much love. All right, let's jump it in. One thing I was wondering, I didn't quite find too much of this. I know just a little bit, but I was curious. What's your kind of background and education in?
So, after I graduated from high school, I pretty much just went into the workforce. I was like, well, trying to decide what I wanted to do. Originally, I'm from Chicago, so originally I'm a big sports fan, and I wanted to be a journalist. I love watching ESPN. I love watching radio play. Any type of journalism I wanted to do. And in high school, actually, I was a journalist for the high school newspaper. So I did that for 3 years, and that was pretty awesome. And that's what really propelled me to do that. And funny enough, I actually ran the high school news channel. So once a week, I
could see that.
Yeah, so once a week, me and a group of maybe 7, we would go on and talk about whatever the news was, whether that's the high school teams, whether that's events going on. It was about, I want to say something like 20 minutes to half an hour worth. very short segments. But, again, it was part of this journalism, area. So once I looked into deep about, going into journalism and going in for the school, I actually got very disappointed and pulled away from it because they just kept telling me you're not going to be able to get it to big into journalism, especially the way that you want it to be here in a small town. So at that point, I was in Wisconsin,
Okay.
and so they said you're going to need to go to a big city. And they gave me my three schools, and it's going to be New York, it's going to be LA, it's going to be Miami. I was like, not even Chicago. Was like, no, really, it's going to be these three schools. And so at that point, 18 years old or 17, when I was trying to figure out, schooling and whatnot, I I just did not want to pull away from family. Right. And it was more of I was scared to pull away from family. I didn't know if I wanted to do that. I did not want, being on your own for the first time,
Yeah.
literally from high school, living with your mom to, graduating. Now you're living, somewhere else across state. So I got discouraged. And I just like, all right, well, in between until I figure out what I want to do. If that's something that I want to do, I'm just going to go ahead and, get into the workforce, make some money and things like that. And, my parents definitely were pushing me to go to school. They had the full ride, but I was like, well, I want to make sure that, that money is being used, the right way, right? I don't just want to waste it. I don't want to go into anything. So I want to make sure. Well, long story short, I got into the workforce, and naturally through a lot of my childhood experiences, um, I figured out that I worked for this couple companies, but the one that really took off, I worked for a company. It's a food manufacturing company. They process food and things like
Right.
that. Think like your Coca-Colas, right? But now it's food, it's flours, it's meats, things like
Okay.
that. And their machineries. I started out as an apprentice, just as they call them setup operators, where essentially they're setting up
Okay.
the machines. They're, as long as you were mechanically inclined, you were able to go into that spot. You set up machines and things that way. Very quickly, the maintenance team took a notice of me, and they noticed that things that typically an operator or even a setup guy would get called for, or maintenance would get called for these issues. I would take care of them, and I would start taking care of them on my own. They had a conversation with me. They said, "Hey, like, you're pretty good at what you do. Would you be interested in getting into the maintenance world?" And long story short, I got through schooling with them.
Okay.
Just
Nice.
through different programs, different classes. I did a couple semesters. Again, trades, all of them trades, plumbing,
Right.
welding, things of that nature. And fast forward, it got to the point where I was taking care of the facilities. At one point, there was a point where I was offered actually a supervisor job, because at that point, when I was a lead, or I should say, when I was a setup guy, um, they had me in charge of these five guys.
Okay.
Apparently, once again, they took notice, like, man, this guy does very well managing people. And they like him, yada yada. Maybe we should make him a supervisor, because there was a void in the second shift. I didn't know that at that time, but there was a void in the second
Mhm.
shift. So when they set me down, I was like, yeah, I'm actually very interested, because I knew that would open up doors, that would open up more
Right.
opportunity, management, things like that. That's something that definitely interested me. But once I found out that it was during second shift, and that's also at the same time where I was going to have my first child, I
Mm.
felt like the times just were not going to work out. And it was a great opportunity, but I just knew that that was not the right move, to be in that
Wrong time.
situation time wise, right?
Yeah.
Especially, having a newborn soon. So I turned it down. But the maintenance group, or the manager, was very happy that I turned it down. He said, obviously, I want the best for you. If you want to go there, go, but I'm happy to have you. And that's when they really started pushing. Like, if this guy was offered a supervisor job, then we need this guy, in here. If he has that type of personality, if he has that type of work ethic, then we need this guy here. Yeah, and that's when they put me through the schooling. It was amazing, and it got to the point where I climbed up the ladder to essentially being the head, one of the head maintenance techs, pretty much taking care of the entire facility, HVAC units,
Congrats.
boilers, electrical,
Everything.
and everything about that nature. So
Is
that's
that what you're
pretty
still
much my
doing now?
say again.
Is that still what you're doing today?
So since I moved to Texas, I've actually, and this really, so I took a sabbatical is what I said. I retired for about a year and a half, and and I was like, well, let me take a little break. This is going to be my only time that I'm going to be able to take a little break, because when you're into trades, there's no types of breaks, right? That's just an ongoing everyday thing. There's always something that needs to be done. When I started looking into the places here, which I had already done before, the one thing I did not expect was, I don't know what it is, San Antonio, Texas in general, they do not believe in having weekends off. And especially your big facilities, your big factories. So here in San Antonio, I had three big manufacturers pinned. And one of them, my number one guy, was Toyota. Still is, in a sense. It's that Toyota is definitely my guy, but great pay, about $10 more than what I was making before. And I was making great pay before. I was not complaining. Everything was very comfortable, but the hours was what threw me off. And I don't know if I was prepared to give away that much time, especially as I've gotten older, as an old 36-year-old guy. Like, time has really been my focus. And, it's through a lot of experiences throughout my life, time is literally the most valuable thing we have. If you're trading anything else for time and trading away your time, that's to me, and everyone's different. Everyone has different, goals and whatnot. But to me, time is very essential. And so I decided to go a different route, because all of these guys right here in this space are having amazing success, right? Running businesses at home through Pokemon, something that we all love. And so I decided, you know what, maybe that's something that I need to do. Maybe that's something that I need to focus on. And then maybe get more of a trade job, but part-time, not full-time, because I would have to be giving up 8 to 10 hours a day plus weekends. And that's not something that I wanted to do. I could probably go find a better fitting schedule, but that's demoting myself by a lot. So I didn't want to do that either. So I decided, you know what? Yeah, let me try to go for my flipper's license. That's when I want to say like a year ago, right? A year ago. Okay. I'm going to go try for my flipper's license as I'm enjoying the hobby, as I'm enjoying Pokemon. But at the same time, Metazoo came into the mix. And,
I see how it all connected.
Yeah. And so Metazoo came into the mix, and I was just collecting. I started literally from the very first Collecticon back in 2021. I want to say it was August 2021. I was hooked. When the Metazoo booth had just one person, two people walking through there, like, what's this? And there's Mike sitting on the table, right? And then he's explaining. There's Metazoo Mario. Shout out Metazoo Mario. Probably about the only one I'm going to shout out here. Had an amazing time. I was actually hanging out with Swami there the entire weekend. It was pretty awesome. We got to hang out with some of the Metazoo people, and I was hooked. I was just hooked with like how it came about, the history, some of the freebies that we got that day, knowing that, and again, it all sucks because of the way that it's all gone down today, but they were giving out these golden packs, and these golden packs had Kickstarter stamp Collecticon stamps on there. So one of ones, they were all one of ones. And the story that I liked before, this is actually what got me hooked into it, was that this guy who created it all on his own, he has this idea and his passion. Let's get into it. Him and Grandma Waddell were literally stamping and sealing these packs the night before and rushing through it, because we've got this Collecticon show we've got to be at tomorrow. Once I heard that type of story, I was like, "Oh, this is so awesome! Like, that's so awesome that I'm getting this experience with a TCG from the very beginning." That mindset is what hooked me in from the very beginning. I wanted to be in nothing else other than enjoy it from the very beginning. But anyway, so yeah, flipper's license. I'm like, oh, cool. Let me get my flipper's license. All these, guys in the hobby do it. Let me go ahead and jump in. 4 or 5 months into it, they released tournaments. I got into tournaments. I started playing. I got hooked. And the rest is history because I gave up another year of my life. But it was an amazing year. It was an amazing year. That's nothing that I would not have gotten if I would have gone right into work. And, and obviously it's a balance. It's, there's ways to make money. I was flipping, but, very on a very minor level, but enough to take care of what I needed to take care of. So that was enough. I didn't need to make a killing. I didn't need to make a profit. I just needed to take care of my everydays and let's go play. And so it was an amazing year. So long story short, super long, but Wonder, please feel free to stop me at any time because I can just go. So fast forward, once the tournaments, yeah, just the tournament stopped back in September. That was the last tournament that I attended. Then they canceled Casters Cup, which is what I was working for that entire time. Casters Cup, that championship tournament in October. They canceled it. And then we have December and January. And I decided, once again, looking at the options, wanting to go deep into flipping, but also knowing that I need a reliable source, but also not wanting to give up so much of my daily time into work, into a place. Toyota, again, great opportunity, but I just don't know. I'm not there in point in my life where like, I don't want to give up that time anymore. That's not so. I did it for 12, 13 years, 14 years. I did it for 14 years and it was amazing. It built me up to where I am. I did everything by the book, right? You make your money, you save, you live frugally. The home that I bought back in 23, my mortgage was $800. When Dan said it the other day, it reminded me of me because I was able to get something like 250,000. But I was like, no, you don't put yourself in a situation where, you have to work. Now you have to do, these certain things. Yeah. So I think the offer accepted was something like 98,000 and change. And again, this is 2002. So, just kind of living always that way, within your means so that, and I get this from my dad, you got to live frugally in a lot of areas and then splurge in the areas that really mean something to you. So I did that the entire time, investing 401ks. And believe me, I'm no expert. I'm no Dan, but I just knew you got to invest. You got to put money for retirement. So you just throw money in there and they're matching. So you throw the max and max it out and all those good things. And yeah, once I came down to Texas, sold a home, and after having it for X amount of years, sold it during the COVID time, so it just freaking boomed. Yep. So yeah, it was just everything was just set up to where like, okay, I can afford a sabbatical, I can afford this, and through those things, like, okay, I can, let's take another year, but let's make sure that we're supplementing another way so that we're just not dipping into the honeypot. So today, funny enough, I found out that in San Antonio, the rideshare industry is extremely good. And I don't want to give it away. Hopefully there's not a lot of people that are going to, start doing it here, but because it is a supply and demand thing, I'm assuming right at some point. But it got so good to the point where I was like, all right, maybe I'll try it for a month. Maybe I'll try it, and see what happens. Because if I can, at the very minimum, just get what I need for my everydays, pay the bills, pay, everything that I need to survive. And then I can focus on flipping and focus more full-time, right? Trying to get there full-time. I did it. And I'm, and just to be completely transparent, my very first month, I averaged something like, and I have a spreadsheet. I've been keeping spreadsheets from day one just to make sure, right, that this is something that makes sense. I was making about $25 an hour driving. I'm like, okay, this is not too great, right? Like back home, just to be, again, transparent, I was making about $30 an hour. And then on top of that, all the benefits, right, that comes with, having that full time. So I was like, I don't know. I started doing a lot of research. I started deep diving into, rideshare tips and tricks and whatever. Well, fast forward to today, I am now averaging $36 an hour. And that is quite significant. $36 an hour to drive for really only a few hours. And again, this is why keeping your expenses low matters, because when you only have to make, this is funny, $69 a day. I only have to make $69 a day for the month in order for me to get what I need and pays my bills, pays everything, right? Anything that I need to survive. Everything, which again, at $36, that's 2 hours, right? That's 2 hours of driving.
Right.
Everything else is extra. Everything else now is like, okay, now we can throw it into Pokemon or do whatever, travel, fun things, right? Well, whatever other extra things. So once I got it to that point, and even right now, the dead season winter here in San Antonio, a lot of people don't go out. I dropped down to $33, $34. So for the time that I've been doing it, I've been 36. But for this, I've just breaking it down for the past 2 months. I've been at 30 to 34. That's still better. And when I look at Toyota and they were paying me $38, that's great, right? I mean, sure, the benefits are there and everything, but then you have to give up 8 to 10 hours a day, giving up weekends. Giving up weekends. But if I do rideshare, I'm only doing 4 hours a day. That is significant. And again, it really, to me, obviously, it may not be the smartest thing. Again, when you're looking at the benefits, when you're looking at 401ks and matching and things like that, even for a great company like Toyota, they have amazing benefits, right? But that's when it becomes a philosophical question. What do you value more? Do you value benefits more? Do you value money more? Or do you value time more? And when I know that and again, it's a luxury. It's not a luxury. It's a privilege to be in the situation where I can make the money that I do doing rideshare, and work 4 hours a day and have 20 hours to my day that I can claim that it's for me, that I can do whatever, because at the end of the day, I'm going to be gone from this earth at one point, right? And it's like, so what do I value? One of the cool questions I tend to ask myself, in order to see if I'm making the right decision or not, if I were on my deathbed right now, this decision that I will potentially make, would I regret it based on how I am, my personality, or would I actually be glad that I made that decision? And that's something that's just helpful for me. Everyone's different, philosophies, goals, everyone's different. And, that speaking, Dan is probably doesn't like hearing that I'm throwing away benefits and things like that. But again, it just becomes a value thing. And 4 hours in comparison to 10 hours and weekends, I feel like it's unbeatable. And I can supplement my retirement still, right? Doing rideshare, I can still do all of those things, maybe at a slower pace, but I don't want to go too deep because obviously I wonder, please stop me. But there's other ways from a retirement. There's other ways from a retirement standpoint, and not to go too deep because there's too many details in that. I've said it a couple times in lives and Discord, but retiring in the United States is a bag. It is so expensive to retire here, and right. And again, I know it comes from a place of privilege. When I'm Mexican, my parents are from Mexico. They were born in Mexico. They crossed the border back in the 80s. I've been to Mexico, honestly, like 100 times because they would go 2 to 3 times a year. And I guess I was forced to go, but I just became very, very attached to the culture. I find it very easy for me to go back home and I fit right in, right? My younger brothers don't have that same privilege because they didn't get that same experience. They were younger. They would not say, oh yeah, I would retire in Mexico. I will 100% retire in Mexico. I've had conversations with my dad. He's doing it. The average annual, let's call it income, but expenses, and this is including your food, this is including home, your bills and whatnot. You're looking at, if I recall, and I have it all written down, but if I recall, it's something like $5,000 a year.
A year.
Wow. It is so ridiculous. And you still have your options of great if it's something like, or what people tend to think, people ask me, yeah, but what about if you get into an accident or something happens, like the healthcare system sucks over there. Like it actually doesn't. The only thing you do require at that point is money. But even then, a surgery that will run you, let's say $50,000 here, it's going to be like $5,000 in Mexico. And you get the same, you get the same care, the same professionalism and everything, same education. So when I started looking, when I started finding those things out, and only through my dad, because he's retiring, he's planning for all of these things, I started asking questions. And again, going back to the philosophy of time and life is short, and how we're spending life here, because you only get the one shot. That's it. I started realizing retiring in America is not the way to go. And again, it comes from a place of extreme privilege, right? To be able to say that and then do it at the same time. Mexico is not the only country that you'd be able to do that. There's tons of countries that you'd be able to do that. But funny enough, there's a city in Mexico from actually the state where my parents are from. It's called Ajijic, Mexico. The expat population of other countries outnumber the Mexican population in this one city. And I've always jokingly said, if it's safe enough for the white man, it's safe enough for anyone. It's safe enough for anyone. And there's actually a documentary on YouTube about Ajijic, Mexico, and the expat situation there. And sure, right, in those situations, naturally the economics are going to be a lot higher, right? Or the expenses are going to be a lot higher. But you just move down the road, and it's night and day. It's night and day. And even then, again, people like ourselves with working jobs here in America, and you do it the right way, you can go and live where the expats are living. But at the same time, it's like, well, you could be smarter than that, right? It's like you just living down the road, you're cutting your expenses down by, it's 75%. It's ridiculous, really. My dad is broken down, but anyway, yeah, I don't know what the original question was, but we got here, and here we are. I warned you, Wonder, this was your last shot before we go live to back out.
Not backing down. I think the Mexican hipster said he's about to force you into a 12 to 24-hour live.
I'm going to say it, Wonder. You call it. Once you feel like you're tapped out, you call it.
We'll do. We still got plenty of steam in the engine. I think IFOMO said we're going to do 24 hours. I said I'm too old for 24 hours, but we'll give it our best, man. We'll give it our best. I saw who did I see jump in here? I think I saw somebody else jumped in. I wanted to say hi to. I missed it. Oh, Northwoods. Yeah, Northwoods. Good to see you, Northwoods. Thanks for stopping by, my friend. Appreciate it. But yeah, no, the question was just about kind of background history, get it into how you got into your career, and that kind of led into me asking, well, what are you doing now? And then that kind of unfolded from there, right? So,
yeah. And now, and let me finish it off with, if all fails, if it doesn't work out, and even Reicher, Reicher is freaking amazing. I don't know how I would back out of that, but yeah, let's go to Toyota, I guess, right? Let's go to Toyota. Let's go in there. I mean, when you're in the trades, those are just skills that are always in need. Those are always in need. And so, yeah.
And I think I saw Laura says, Vietnam's a good place to retire. Speaking of different places.
Vietnam. Oh, the Philippines is another popular one.
Philippines isn't bad. Yeah. Some good places though, for real. Yeah, if you want to look outside, make your money, and then go somewhere else. But fully agree, too expensive here. But also, I thought about it a long time ago. Just kind of piggybacking on your point. I don't really want to retire. Now, I may change that as I get into my 75, 80-year-old. We'll see how it goes. But I don't want to do nothing. I want to sit back on the beach and just, drink margaritas all day long. It'd be fun for about a week. And after that, it'd be boring. I'd be sick and I wouldn't feel too good. So I don't want to do nothing. I'm going to work as long as I possibly can. And whether that's doing some side hobby, because I'm old enough and I've hopefully got the money put away to carry me through. or I'm just going to be doing a job like everybody else, bagging groceries and pushing somebody's cart out to the car. But I have no desire to retire. To be honest with you, it
I
sounds
definitely
quite
hear
boring to
that.
me.
I definitely hear
Yeah,
that. So again, me and my dad, because again, my other brothers
yeah,
would not even think about retiring in Mexico, but me and my dad have had, plenty of conversations about let's start this business, let's start that business. And one of the key points of me going this route or thinking that, return to Mexico is like, well, now you don't have to work until you're 60, 70, or 80, right? You can just retire early. As I told my dad, even if you double the expenses, and let's go to 10 grand, right? A year, 50 grand gets you 5 years, 100 grand gets
right.
you 10 years, right? Like that's how much. If that same example here in America, like how much does that get you, right? And I mean, it's
Couple of
ridiculous. So
months,
yeah.
couple of months. That's about it.
So
Yeah, it does come fast when you're 64, Oliver. So I don't disagree with you there. It comes real fast. I better start planning. I got a year. I got a year to do it. I think you're saying I look young and healthy. I took that as a compliment. Thank you. I appreciate it. So,
Mexican hipster. I would not
do we
survive
even
in.
need an interview? He basically spills the beans. He wouldn't survive an interrogation. He'll break. First question.
I'll tell you
How
guys
are you?
everything. I'll tell you guys everything. Just let me go.
I love it.
They're
That's
gonna let me
great.
go just because I go on too much. Like, you know what?
It's
Just
like
go. Just leave.
do we have to change shifts again? It's like the third shift. He's still going. Yeah, just let him go home. He's fine, guys. He's fine. He's clearly innocent. Clearly. Moving over to your hobbies, and we'll touch back on business here in just a little bit because there's some interesting points there that I would like to talk more about. But thinking a little bit more about your hobbies, your collections, I think I heard you say one point, your true love is actually baseball, and driving that home with my comment there on the Cubs being some of your favorite teams. Is that still a deep part of what you do and collect and participate in, or is that just something that's faded away from your younger years?
Uh, it's faded away only because of Pokemon and this hobby in this space.
It
It
takes a lot
really
of
did.
us, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really did take a backseat. Where before I was doing, I was doing both for sure, but it was probably heavier in the sports because I was
Hmm.
neck deep into just sports, right? Bulls fan, Cubs fan, by default, Bears fan, and I just love it. Funny enough, I'm gonna have to get up now. Um, I had this.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
I picked it up. I just had to. It was just one of those cool items. But I'm gonna need to get a frame to fully extend it. But here's a
Oh,
championship
nice.
newspaper from day. So this
Very
was
nice.
pretty awesome. Specific date is June 16th, 1998. So,
Nice.
that's I didn't get to see or experience the first three championships of the Bulls, but I definitely got to see as a kid the last three. And it's the first sport that I was watching, but my whole family, funny enough, they just love baseball. They love
Okay.
baseball. My two younger uncles, one of them my godfather, actually they were, and it's so deep. They were in the minors. They were in the minors and for the Cardinals.
Nice.
And they just didn't make it. But they were in the minor league system. That was pretty awesome. And naturally, because everyone had a glove and a ball, and the Cubs is just the most amazing baseball team to follow. Naturally, baseball became a love and a passion, and I'm pretty sure the whole history of not getting a championship for 100 years, or nearing 100 years when I was a kid. Uh, I forget the movie, but one of my favorite things to describe baseball is like baseball is the most romantic sport in the world, and that really hit me because it's when I would watch football, it doesn't hit the same. It's enjoyable,
Right.
it's awesome.
It's
Basketball,
entertainment.
same
Yeah.
thing, is enjoyable. But there's something about baseball that's just romantic about it. And again, this is a line from a movie, and I was just like, "That's right, man! Like there's nothing like baseball. The history. I forget how many years baseball's been around. Almost 200. But it's the fact that today you can play a game and still have something that's never happened before in history. And it's so common every year to have these records broken, or first time. This is the first time this has ever happened, and so many games have been played. You play 162 games in a season times 30 teams times X amount of years, and this thing was the first time it happened, and it was in 2023. It's bonkers, and it's awesome.
Apparently, you have to debunk some myths here, Basic. You were dunking on what appeared to initially start off as a 10-foot rim. Then Ivy corrected and said, no, it was 30. It was a 30-foot rim.
Okay.
And now we're looking at 40. So you apparently got some ups there, man.
I got some ups. I got some. So that picture was taken. We were playing. Me and a few homies. We were playing basketball, and I dunked. This was in Paris, by the way. We were playing in Paris, Paris, France, and not Paris, Texas. We're in Paris, France. We were just playing around, and I remember when I mentioned it, Hipster obviously was questioning, like, "There's no way, there's no way." And I was looking for the picture, and I could never find it. And finally, I found it. I kept it, and I put it up pretty recent. But this is me back in the day dunking the ball. There it is.
Oh, hold on. Let's see your feet. Are they off the ground? I can't see.
Off the ground.
Yeah. Okay.
So there you go,
guys. Oh, yeah, that was it. And you're going from basketball, baseball, a few others, but then obviously cards came back in. It kind of took over. And there was a beautiful comment you made at one point. I don't know if you still do this, especially being in the Flippers license arena now, but you made a statement something like, I don't assign, once the card's in my hand, I don't assign a value to it. Yeah. And that was part of your way at the time, in my interpretation, for you to try to separate the financial aspect and just enjoy the card, just enjoy the hobby, enjoy whatever the piece was that you got. Right. Do you still try to work that in and keep that a part of what you do in your PC?
So yeah. So when that first came about, again, it's just my brain wiring and however my weird brain works. But when I made, so after those 3 slabs, right? Nothing, whatever it truly was, $7. I actually do have a notebook of every single thing that I buy, and I write down the prices, the date. Actually, is it here? So I looked in my closet, but yeah. So it's that was nothing, right? Let's call it $10 per slab, whatever. That's nothing. We can all digest that easily. But when I made my first real purchase, that was the base set booster box. Now, at that time, right, this is 2012 December, this was my Christmas gift to myself. Once I found that, oh my god, right, and it had to be recent to where like Gem and Pokemon and Crack Rock McCabe, they're cracking these boxes, and I was checking the prices on them, and Christmas was the excuse. Christmas was the way to justify this purchase, but it was $600, and it was hefty at that point, right? Because I knew at that point that I'm literally spending $600 on a toy, on cardboard, something that is a collectible. I understood collectibles, collecting sports memorabilia, but I didn't tie it together with Pokemon. Pokemon felt like, wow, I can see myself spending $600 on a Barry Bonds auto baseball from a historic, event, but $600 in Pokemon, that doesn't make sense, right? But I love this though. I know that I love this. I want this, and I bought it. So somewhere in there, it clicked. Like, okay, I just spent $600 and I spent them away. I just threw $600 down the drain, but I'm happy. But I'm happy, and I have it in my hands, and it's awesome to have it, right? So because the mentality was, I'm throwing away $600 because at that point, no one's investing in Pokemon. We're not flipping, we're not anything. Because I'm throwing away $600, then from that point on, I understood that whatever I bought at such a price, I had to be okay with throwing away the money. It's gone. I'm never going to see that money again, and I have this cool collectible. Then in January, that was December, my personal gift to myself for Christmas. Then January comes along, my birthday. That base set was looking pretty lonely, so I had
So you gotta get some friends, right?
because I bought it for $600. In my brain, I was like, well, I could get a jungle and a fossil for $300, so let's do that so that I can have the trio.
Deal, right?
And then, you know, my old OCD would not let the base set just sit there alone. So yeah, but that's where it stems from. It's the me at that time thinking I'm just throwing away this money that I could use it for other things, use it for a trip, things like that. But instead, I'm just throwing it away, and that's where that stems from.
So it really helps you then step away from the regret, the purchase remorse, and all that stuff. Yeah,
Exactly.
What up, Birch? All right, good stuff. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate you giving some love to the channel there for basic. I think we got you over 500. Awesome. Love to see it.
Awesome, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Good to see you, Professor Birch. Thanks for stopping by, sir. There was a couple of comments I want to just pull up real quick. He says that was the elementary schoolyard, man. Brokemon card says my friends lift me up to the rim.
I'm telling you guys. I played. High school was awesome. I played both basketball and baseball. So that's where I kind of got my skills from. And funny enough, they only put me in because I was an amazing defender. Because it was like, you know, I didn't have the speed. I didn't necessarily have the complete athleticism to be able to, you know, run up and down with the ball and things like that. But from a defender standpoint, I was just defending, getting steals. I was Dennis Rodman, right? I was Dennis Rodman,
Right.
getting rebounds over bigger guys, and that really became my role for basketball. But when we're not playing a real game and we're just messing around, yeah, I could definitely get up there. It would sometimes take a few times, but I would definitely be able to get
Eventually got it.
Eventually,
you got a FUBU ad. Basically was part of the And One mixtape.
N1 mixtape. Oh my god, I haven't heard of the N1 mixtape. Oh my man, we could go on the whole thing of the N1 mixtape. I loved it.
I love it, man. I love it. He says, "Dog, you could have sold that for 30 grand instead of 600." Yeah. Well,
yep.
True.
Very true.
A lot of options, but you still have them, right? So
I still have them, man. Yeah, I still have them, and honestly, it was one of those things because at that point there were no. I mean, I guess he was right, but I didn't have the complete understanding like I do today. What happens in collectibles and markets, right? Knowing what I know today, I definitely would have sold it, knowing that I can just pick it right back up X time down the road, right? But at that time, I'm thinking, well, once I let it go, it's gone. And it really came from a sentimental, standpoint. Me thinking these prices are just going to keep going higher. I'll never afford it again. So
he says you compare yourself to Dennis Rodman, the guy. That's all right. I think it runs in the whole sports and the hobby here because Dan just the other week was comparing himself to Michael Jordan in the flu season game. So I think it just runs through us here in Pokemon.
I actually wanted to comment when he said that, but I said, what, I'm gonna let him have his shine. He is sick, so technically he is performing.
You're a better man than I gave it to him. I said, did he just compare himself to Michael Jordan? Ivy showing some love for the retirement there in Mexico. She had to step away, so she was catching up. Exactly. I heard something as well that I was curious about, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. But one of the things you really talked about a lot, especially as you started your channel and you were starting some content, was really how the Moonbryon was such an influence on you to kind of get back in. And of course was a large part of the conversation, a large part of the hobby at the time. And it really got you excited for Modern. And that shortly thereafter you were, forced to be ripping Charizard UPCs with DNA on your first live. But is that really the case? Was it Moonbryon that brought you back into the Modern? What was the hook?
I hate Modern. I don't like modern. I don't like opening it. If I get it, I'm most likely keeping it sealed unless I'm forced to, because like you're gonna open it and because I got But what happened with the Moonbreon, what happened with the UPCs is just, once again, right? It's just kind of looking up what the homies are doing with the business, and then just trying to for lack of a better term, just copy, right? Copy what they're doing, right? If they're being successful with certain things. But I remember certain lives with the UPC specifically. I remember Jake Pokenomics was there. Maybe Pikachu. I'm forgetting two others, but I remember saying, if I'm making this play for UPCs, that's a red flag. So I feel like everyone's going to be making this play, and it's probably going to be overprinted. So the fact that if I'm jumping in, everyone else jump, that's not a good thing. And I was right, but again, and I explained it. If you're, I was okay with spending whatever it was. I think I called it 1,000, but it wasn't quite 1,000. It was like 700 and change. But I said I'm okay with spending this. It's an experiment, and if I lose it all, as long as I know what the worst case scenario looks like, then I'm okay. And knowing that that's definitely a scenario that plays out. So I did it, and it played out just like how I anticipated, and it wasn't on the good end; it was on the bad end. I think I did actually end up making like $100, but if you break it down from the time spent and breaking it down, and PSA holding, it's like obviously probably lost money, right? So. But the Moonbreon thing, the captivating, and it still is, and I want a Moonbreon. I'm not a modern guy, and I still want a Moonbreon, but I need Moonbreon PSA 10. It needs to be a 10. But I need it at $250 today because.
Well, you've increased your price. It was $150 a while back, so good.
It's gone up. It's gone up. Inflation is a thing. So I need it at $250. That'll never happen. I don't think that'll happen. Can it happen? Of course it can, but I don't think it will ever hit under 500, let alone like 4 and 3. But the reason why I like Moonbreon is one of my favorite things in life is just psychology, human behavior, looking at these types of things, why people are why they are, who they are, what makes them tick, the different personalities of every single one of us, what makes us, how we. One of my favorite ways to look at things is like it's a spectrum. Everything's a spectrum, and we all fall somewhere in the extremes, right? Within the extremes, and so it's just realizing those things. Van Gogh, Pikachu. I remember I made a post. I made a whole newsletter type of post on my IG, and. It's not that I was not, busting balls on those folks that bought high or super high, right? That was not the case. It was more fascinating how it's very predictable. And I think this specific pocket, this specific space can predict those things a little more, a little more better than your typical hobbyist. Knowing like Van Gogh's going to come out, this thing's wearing clothing, this thing's going to go to the moon on day 1, week 1, month 1, right? But eventually it's going to come back down. It hits that curve, it comes back down, and it's very predictable. So again, Moonbreon, same thing. It's just, I feel like at this point, people are more wanting it, including myself, because it's more of a human behavior following it. And now right. Moonbreon will never be a junk slab unless Pokemon just goes to 0. Right, Moonbreon will always be looked at as that one card exception anomaly that it's a modern card and everyone wants it like no other card.
Thrifty, I forgot to call you out earlier. Good to see you in the chat. She says, yeah. What was the question again? Jesus.
All night, guys. All night. I'm here all night.
This is going to happen for quite a while, so buckle in, Buttercups. It's going to be fun. Speaking of the psychology and the goods and the bads of that, how do you really? Are you able to protect yourself to some degree of not falling into the same trap as the same people you point and laugh at? How do you try to navigate this yourself and say, you know what, I see what's happening here. I either recognize it and accept it, or I totally missed the boat, and you know what, I fell for it. I'm just as bad as they are.
Yeah, no. From a Moonbrion standpoint, Moonbrion comes from a
Yeah, that
collecting
one's
angle,
easier.
right?
Yeah.
From a collecting angle. So from a collecting angle, going back to the philosophy of if I'm okay buying it and I'm throwing away that money down the toilet, it's worth nothing in my hand. I'll buy anything all day long, as long as I want it, as long as I really want it. I typically don't get influenced very easily. You know, I don't follow trends. I don't do those types of things. So it's very easy when I know that I want something is because I genuinely want it. It's going to be in my collection. It's going to stay there forever. So it's easy from a collecting standpoint for me to never feel burned. Like I really never regretted. I can't think of a single time that I've regretted buying a collectible. From a business standpoint, right, from a flipping standpoint, that's completely different because you definitely need to know a lot more, be a lot more knowledgeable as far as the cycles, the markets, how these things work, the business ends, even just how long is PSA taking, right, to the turnaround times. You know, those types of things you definitely need to be aware of, because when everyone is making the UPC play, that's when it's bad. That's when you should not jump in. But I at that point, it was like, you know what? I'm just going to jump in. I know the risks and I want to experiment. I got to experiment at some point, right? It's got to be my first time. That was the UPC was literally my first time taking a sealed product, breaking it down, grading it, and try to be first to market. And that was my first attempt. Though not hard, because like PK was sending off at these higher tiers. I definitely was not there. My risk tolerance did not allow me to go to the higher tier. So I just had to go at, I don't know if it was, I don't think it was bulk, but it was the next tier up.
No, it was the next tier up, and
Yeah,
PK was sending like 40 or 50 at a tier above you. I think it,
right.
if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
and then through that experience, I learned, okay, if I would have, gone the extra route, then the next tier up, then, I would have gotten them back faster, flip them faster, things like that. The Van Gogh Pikachu right now, Van Gogh is in this neck deep pocket of let's flip, right? So I tried, like everyone else, tried to get these Van Goghs. And I think the point, the play at that point, something again that you learn as you go, is maybe the play is just flip it raw. Maybe you keep a couple that are guaranteed tens, that you make that play. Maybe you don't need to rush them back, but maybe you do. But anyway, it's flip them raw, right? Get your quick profit. You never go broke taking a profit. And I knew that was a play. But what happens? Of course, the Pokemon Center, goes down, and it's hard to get product. And I only wound up getting two. So naturally, one stays in the collection, right?
I
Pikachu
was about to
card.
say you got to keep one, right?
Yeah, one stays in the collection. And so I would have loved to pull the trigger on 1,000 Van Goghs. I mean, that realistically, I was ready to buy something along the lines of, for the right products, because you have to buy the product, right, in order to get the promo. I was willing to go deep for about 20 promos, but again, I could only get two. So I didn't even get a good shot at it. So yeah, we know that we're going to get those types of promos once a year, at least, hopefully once a year. So, there'll be other other plays for sure.
If we didn't ruin it, every time they do one, we do worse and worse with it. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. I would like to talk a little bit about, and we won't go into the business side of it, but more of your journey in Metazoo, and kind of talking through that a little bit. Obviously, I've never played Metazoo, played Pokemon, played in tournaments, so I do have some comparison and some understanding of kind of what you were going through. Now, this may not be accurate because I don't know if the site is up to date, but I looked it up. I did find a basic trainer on the rankings within the Metazoo website. I think that's you. You were 172nd place. No, I'm sorry, 70th. No, I said it wrong. Yeah, 172. That's the ranking you were, 172.
Okay.
And you played about 31 matches. You were 16, 14, and 1. Does that sound about right?
So that was
this
after.
Ended. Yeah, this ended in July though, so it didn't count anything after July.
Yeah, the whole MPN thing was funky. Obviously it didn't record the previous tournaments, the previous, matches. And like you said,
Okay.
it cut off in July. Something happened. They wanted to like update the website, update the point system, and they really never got it to work again. So yeah, sure. During that time, right? 170, what have you. That's what I got. But the whole MPN rankings, it was a cool idea. I loved it because it was based on playing, right? You have to be actively playing.
Yep.
You have to be consistently going to your LGSs, to your locals, playing these tournaments, and it was fun. Back in 2016, I wanted to get into the Pokemon competitive play. 2016 Sun and Moon, can't remember how many boxes I opened, but maybe like 3, something along those lines. And when I found Decidueye, I was like, oh, they're so awesome. Now, at 2016, I had already been playing PTCGO for about 4 or 5 years. Like, I was playing when live chats were a thing, where you could actually communicate with your opponent. So I can't remember the exact year when I started, but it was, way before 2016. So I already knew how to play. I already knew how to play online. So in 2016, during the big Pokemon uptick and craze, Pokemon Go, I naturally wanted to get into playing because I never did it as a kid. I got into it, built myself a deck and everything. I tried it out at online first. Once I was ready, had to buy a few cards. Let's go. I'm ready. Found my locals, and I was playing against a bunch of, like, maybe the oldest kid was 13 years old. Like, but they were all small kids, probably between the age of 8 and 11. There were only 1 or 2 that were in that 12 to 13 range pocket. It's not fun. It's not fun when you're, whatever at that point. I mean, that was 8 years ago. So I was 28 years old playing against 10-year-olds on average. That's not fun. I did it for about 3 weeks, but I just kind of left it because it was weird. It was just weird, right? Me being the adult there. And that was really the most active LGS. All the other ones pretty much didn't have a competitive scene. So I left it. When Metazoo came about, like I said, 2021, Collecticon, I was hanging out with Nick and Gem in Pokemon. Directly across from them was the Metazoo booth. So I went to that story. I got to meet them. I got the freebies. I got to understand what they're trying to do, the history, cryptids. There were a lot of cryptids that I knew right off the bat, like Bigfoot, Chupacabra. Then you had, it's not called Loch Ness Monster, but Chessie, based on Loch Ness Monster. That's that's apparently what it's called locally. So, I knew a lot of these, and Babe the Blue Ox. And so that really intrigued me. I was like, I recognize these things. I can, there's some sort of a connection there, right? That I can right away see. Another part of that was, this looks like a Pokemon card. It's set up like a Pokemon card. You got your LP on the top, HP. You got your attack. You got your move, what have you, your resistance, your weaknesses. So I was like, oh, this is pretty awesome. But I started collecting it once again. That was, again, August. It wasn't until March, April. No, it was April or May when the first Casters Cup was being held. I was not playing. I was just very happy collecting. I had no clue about the competitive play. I didn't really care for it, to be honest. I was intrigued, but I didn't really care for it. It wasn't until Dallas Collecticon, they were having the Casters Cup there. I happened to bounce into the room as I was looking through the booths. I bounced in that big room that they had across, and I'm checking out what's going on. And there's all of these players, this sea of players playing Metazoo. Year 1, literally 2022, and there's, forget the number, but something like 300 players. And I was like, whoa, this is pretty cool. And I just started nosing around, right? I was like, well, and then I saw Mike. I recognized Mike. So I had a small conversation with him. I saw the what I would deem as memorabilia. I was like, whoa, play mats with the Casters Cup and lanyards and things like that. And I was like, I want some of that. Like, how do I get that stuff, right? As a collector, I got drawn into that. I was already collecting Metazoo. And what turned out to be, well, this is supposed to be me being there Collecticon, doing the whole Collecticon thing. I spent more time in that arena in the Metazoo tournament than I did at Collecticon. And I would sit down and I would just watch all these guys. And at that point, I knew a few people, like Ivy was already playing there. Knew a few guys, a few players, and I would just sit down and just kind of get their perspective, like, oh, how did it go? And they're like, oh, dude, and they're speaking another language right at that point. They're speaking another language to me, but it was their enthusiasm, it was their energy, and it kind of brought me back to what, oh man, I always wanted to play Pokemon, right? But I didn't get the chance. And here's a room full of adults, right? Maybe 3 or 4 literally children, but it's just all adults, 25 to 40 years old, right? And I ended up spending the entire day there through the nights, because at that point once you walked out, you could not come back in. So I just stayed in. It was just so awesome. Everyone's going out there and hanging out. I wanted to stay in and watch the whole thing play out. The next day, same thing, going and checking out the Castles Cup tournament. Now it's the top 16, if I recall, maybe top 32. And that it was that specific tournament, that specific experience, that environment, that atmosphere that really pulled me in deep. And then I started talking to Ivy. I was like, hey, Ivy, like, how do you do this? She was in it. She was like traveling already. She was already playing competitively. So I got to learn the game a little bit, started playing with a few of the friends that she plays with. And I got hooked, because honestly, genuinely, when I tell you, Wonder, I know people don't buy this. This game is freaking awesome. The gameplay, the mechanics is crazy good. And it's very chess-like. And I always compared, like, whoa, I wanted to play Pokemon. Pokemon is checkers. Like, that is so easy compared to this game, Metazoo. And as an adult now, I'm not a big brain, or by any means, but I can play this game like chess, and there's strategy, there's answers to every single play, to every single action. It could be countered. That was so amazing to me. I learned it. Long story short, I got hooked, started playing locally, had to pretty much qualify for the big tournaments, bigger tournaments locally. That was huge. And then all of a sudden, right when I was like, okay, that's cool, but let me start flipping, they announced, hey guys, we're going to start doing $50,000 tournaments, and this is the schedule. And I was like, well, everything takes a back seat now, and we're gonna travel for the year. And it's a grind. It's a grind. Hipster, we've had a couple conversations. It's a grind being competitive. Like, if you're gonna do it for real, right? It's a grind. So many games played throughout the day, so many hours spent, to get to the point where I was. And towards the tail end, because things started getting haywire for Metazoo, towards the tail end, I mean, we had Water Tower that I attended, Earth Tower. I feel like I'm missing a fourth, maybe not. And then Flame Tower. So through all of these, my ranking started getting better and better. My first experience, honestly, me and the Vegas team, we had the same decks. And maybe the difference was 1 or 2 cards, right? Because at some point people are like, no, you know what? This is the card. This is the card that's going to do, but the other person's like, no, it's not because of X. And we're putting in or out 1 or 2 cards, but the main deck, the core of the deck, the meat and potatoes of the deck we're all the same. And we went in and I just got aura screwed, or, for my Pokemon people, energy screwed, right? No, not pulling energy, not being able to play. And this happened throughout the day. In the meantime, here's Ivy with the same deck, and she's going 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0. And she's beating like some of the guys that we all look up to in the Metazoo scene, player scene. And we're like, this is insane. Like, she's freaking just running the show, running the table. People were getting frustrated. Dudes were like, for, I guess a little bit of underestimating, because at that point, everyone is still new. There's still a lot of fresh faces. We're still getting to know each other. And so they underestimated her, and she's just blowing through the competition. long story short, I believe out of over 200, she got top 6 or 7.
Wow.
You know, oh, it
Congrats,
was
Abby.
an amazing thing. But of course, I got like 201, whatever whatever hell it was. We had the same deck, right? We had the same deck. 1 or 2 cards were the difference, but I just could not pull aura. And actually, the round that she lost in, it took her 5 turns, or she grabbed her first hand, her opening hand, and no aura. Okay, so you shuffle back in, you mulligan. Now you're down to 6, no aura. Shuffle it back in, down to 5, no aura. And at this point,
Wow.
there's a gasp in the room, like, no way. Like, she's just been the smoothest deck out of the whole day, and then all of a sudden, aura screwed. And that's really what screwed her, because then it was automatic. She took the first loss. She did win the second one, but then on the third one, something along the same lines happened. But yeah, she lost it. But again, top 7, it was awesome.
That's awesome.
But once I went to the Earth Tower, I got better there. I missed top 32 by 1 win. When it came to Flame Tower, I guaranteed it. I was like, you know what? I can see the progression. I can see that I'm getting way better, way more techie, way more big brain. And Flame Tower, I'm guaranteeing top 32. Flame Tower, I went in. I think I went 6-0 my first 6 rounds, and then the last 2 1-1, something along those lines. I got in top 32. But in that format, once you get in that tournament format, it's honestly a lot of luck is involved. Heavy luck is involved in that specific format that Metazoo put together. So, because at that point it's mirror matches, because it's specifically so for my Pokemon people, we're going in with our flame decks, or fire decks. So we can only play fire. It's got to be constructed in a very specific way. And because the environments, fourth walls, things like that, they give you a boost, everyone's running the exact same thing. Like 90% of your decks is the exact same thing. So now it's a matter of who can get their aura, who can get the things that they need first, and just roll with it. So as we learned the format, we kind of learned the formula to making a deck that's just quick, fast, and put it out there. So that's all in all, like I can see the progression, I could see it, and we were ready for Caster's Cup. Caster's Cup, we had the deck ready. We were grinding. Whoever could play at that time with the Vegas team, like, let's go. I'm good for 3 hours. Let's go. Let's grind for 3 hours. But eventually, again, long story, as we all know, Caster's Cup got canceled, and and it was a very steep downhill after that. It was very apparent what was going on. So, yeah.
Don't know what the water bottle is, but do you still got it?
Oh, that water bottle. I actually do. It's sitting right up there. I'm going to have to get it now.
Still got it. 50,000. Stop the hat. I don't know. I'll have to see. Did he get paid? Yep, there it is. Nice.
I did the game drink bottle, and that was pretty awesome. Do I still have the bottle?
Did you ever get paid?
Yeah, so
at any point in time?
Yeah, for sure. The top 32, whenever you get into top 32, you get paid. That's cash mixed. It's always half cash, half pricing. So, and for that matter, because I actually saw this today, someone said like, oh, none of the players ever got paid, going back to tournament 1. Like, no, Water Tower, from a payment standpoint, everyone got paid within a couple weeks, something like that. Same thing with Earth. Maybe Flame took a little longer, but I think like a month I got paid. It wasn't until Dark Tower when, again, everything went haywire.
Things sort of fell apart. And so as you noticed things were starting to change, did you prepare yourself for what actually happened, or you thought something else was going to come out of this? You thought maybe they're just going to have some troubles and they'll get back on track? What was your thoughts
because at that point, because at that point I asked a question on Dan's live yesterday, and I was asking him because I heard this perspective, and I kind of understood it, and I think I acknowledged it and agreed that this was the case. And that perspective was, we did this. The reason why Metazoo ended up where it was today is because we allowed it. As a community, I think we just loved it so much. We're very passionate about it. Still are. Like I still love Metazoo. I still love playing it. I'm actually urging to play because, well, now there's no competitive scene in a sense. But I think we kind of just, everyone from a player to the collector to the just normal fan to the all the way up to the partners, right? Which is why I was asking Dan if you know what his take was based on my question. And but it's the idea of, we allowed this to happen because we saw a lot of the bad behaviors. And it was more of the, well, I better not say anything because I don't want to get put out. I don't want to get banned. I don't want to get canceled by Metazoo and never be able to play again, or not be or not get my partnership deals, or, you know, things like that, because everyone saw the bad behavior. It was very apparent. They weren't trying to hide it. Mike was not trying to hide the way he treated people or anything. And it really got me to think, like, damn, he's right. We just, for whatever reason, everyone had there were people, influencers, right, that looked the other way because a lot of people were trying to get their max contracts with Metazoo, right? That was the hope, that because Metazoo's so new, that maybe I'm the person, right? Maybe I'm the influencer that gets picked up by them, and I got a full-time job with Metazoo, right? Everyone at some angle had that type of the aspirations of working with them at some level. And I think that's what allowed, or I should say, we enabled them to continue to do those things. On top of other issues like we're not being able to get product on time, the whole map issue with MSRP is 140, and mapping with partners and collectors and players having to pay up for these for these items, for these drops. A ton of issues up and down. And when we, again, once you look at it on paper, it's like, wow, like there was really this sequence of events that should have been very apparent, but for whatever reason, as a community as a whole, we just allowed it. We turned away. We turned a blind eye, because we just loved it so much. We didn't, and a lot of it, we didn't want to get in trouble. So once it got to the cancellation and the way the cancellation happened, that's honestly what triggered me, because I'm spending all this time, effort, and it becomes into play money, right, to be able to do these things. I'm having fun, I'm enjoying it, but it still takes time. It still takes all of these assets. When they canceled with only 2, maybe 3 weeks out from Casters Cup, people had already bought hotels. People had already spent on flights, Comic-Con tickets, which at that point, Comic-Con was sold out. So what do you got to do? You got to buy on the secondary market, double, triple the price. Throughout this time, this window of a month or 2 months during Metazoo hours, we're asking questions. Hey, like, what do we need to do for Casters Cup? Oh, don't worry. Like, everyone gets in for free, right? If you're a player, you're in. You got it. Oh, okay, cool. Hey, what? We need the date though, or we need XYZ. We need to know these things, right? Because we need to prepare. They're giving us these answers, right? They're okay, cool. All right, awesome. Never letting us know, like, hey guys, there's a shot that we may not be able to play or have this tournament. So just heads up, do not prematurely purchase stays and tickets and whatnot. They completely just canceled, as I call it, pulled the rug 2 to 3 weeks out, when the location is in New York, a very expensive city, right? And stays and travel, and even just transportation, right? All of those things, eating, things like that. When they canceled, obviously, Metazoo Hour, they had it, and it's like, yo, guys, like, what the fuck? Like, how can you guys just cancel that way? People were, screaming up and down about, we just purchased this. The way that I purchased my tickets, I can't get a refund. The way that I purchased my hotel, I can't get a refund. It's one of those where you get the best deal by locking in the price, right, and you don't get a refund. It's because it was so close. People were pulling triggers. And when one guy said, I'm not going to be able to get refunded for my Comic-Con ticket, my plane flight, my hotel, and this and that. And Andy's response was, we never said it was going to be in New York. At that point, it was to me, it should have been a slap to the face of everyone's intelligence. Like, come on, guys. A pocket of a month or two, people have been asking specific questions relating to New York, Comic-Con, and Casters Cup, and nowhere did you guys say that it wasn't. They confirmed that it was going to be in New York, but their response to the community was, we never said it was going to be in New York. That's when it was a slap in the face. That's when it was, oh, you think you can just play with my time? I value time a lot, and that's when it really hit me for the first time. Oh, I see what's going on here. You guys can just pull the rugs whenever and at that point, products are not being delivered. There's some products that I've been waiting for already at that point, 6-8 months. And now this, like, okay, fast forward 2 weeks later, once we, the dust settled and we realized, yeah, Casters Cup is not happening this year. I pretty much called it at that point
you pull back immediately.
Right. I was like, you know what? If this is the way they're going to go about it, again, it's a slap in the face to me, an insult to my intelligence, and their responses. Maybe that's when I really the blindfold was taken off. The way they were treating people as if they were just like, get over it, like it's just $200. Like, no, like that's not how you go about it. For some people, right, whether it's the right way or the wrong way, it's obviously the wrong way. That was their only $200. And they're banking on this Casters Cup, and they're putting in all this time to be able to hopefully win this big cash prize, right? And that's what's going to change their lives. For you to act like this is nothing, it's just $200, it was very insulting. That's not the way you treat people. It was very disrespectful, and I pulled away. At that point, that's when I pretty much said it. I've been telling a lot of people, 2024 for me with Metazoo, it's going to be a wait and see. I'm still going to enjoy it the way I enjoy it, right? I'm still going to collect the things that I want to collect. But as far as drops, new products, things like that, I'm not buying a single thing until the previous 3 orders that are on back order that I've been waiting for since February now. So this February, I think it was maybe the 6th, will mark 1 year of me pre-ordering last year's wow. What was it, the streamer kit, and still haven't seen it. And fast forward, we know now why that's the case, and it was them just there's a lot of speculation, but it's just even I kind of said it to a few people, like, doesn't it feel like every time there's a drop and we pre-order that all we're doing is just giving them money because it's like a free loan, and they're able to use that money for other things, within the business, sure, but that's really what it is. It's almost like they're just creating products that don't exist and will never exist, and maybe one day they have the intentions of fulfilling them, but the intention is to get this money to be able to do X. And it turns out that a lot of that was the case, because when they saw this Hello Kitty window, everyone they pretty much put all their eggs in that basket, and that takes money.
Else on the back burner.
Yeah, they put everything else on the back burner. That takes money. That buying those rights, licensing rights and whatnot. So yeah, so again, at that point, I knew 2024 was just a wait and see for me. I'm not gonna spend another dime with Metazoo until they can correct their behaviors. You can't keep supporting bad behaviors. And again, at one point we were all blinded, but and I do think it was our fault for enabling that bad behavior this whole time. But then fast forward a couple months later, and here we are. Metazoo shut down, or so they say. Who knows at this point what's really going on? But
do you really think, though, if the community would have reacted in a more responsive way to their, as you call it, bad behaviors, that it would have corrected course? I don't think so.
I think because the community, in comparison, right, to other hobbies, to other TCGs, is so small, I feel like it would have made a huge impact, right? When only the players, and sure, collectors, they're buying these products, but they're also not getting them. It's not like I just had this specific experience and everyone else was good. No,
right.
Anyone that ordered these very specific items or drops, didn't get their products, and they still don't have their products. They're out of money, right? And then there's that whole thing of like, well, you're gonna have to contact your banks, your creditors, and see if you can get your money back, things like that. Dan himself, right? He has a specific experience where he hasn't gotten his NFT promo. Those are worth a lot of money, right? On top of the cost of getting those. So I feel like, sure, there was going to be a lot of bans, right? Initially,
Right.
like, oh, this guy's speaking out, banned. Oh, that guy's speaking out, banned. But eventually, when it becomes, instead of little drops, it becomes a tsunami. I feel like you have to respond at that point, because it becomes overwhelming when the entire community gets called out, right? And, human behavior psychology, right? Again, one of my favorite things. We all fall under the spectrum of, call it, backbone or courage to speak up and say something and get ostracized or what have you. But if those people aren't doing it, imagine what the people that don't have those backbones, right? That don't have that type of personality to speak out, they're not going to do it either. And they kind of need someone to lead. And no one really took that lead to the point where it became overwhelming for Metazoo. So I do believe that if everyone kind of would have gotten on the same page, it would have made a big difference. Because who else is going to buy your product if it wasn't for this very small pocket of fans?
Okay, I see your point of view on that one. Do you think they could have corrected course somewhere midway through this and made it right? I mean, I think the financial hardships they put themselves in probably were big enough they probably couldn't have fixed it if they wanted to. At some point, there was a tipping point. No matter how many fake products you created, the end is here. It's and financially speaking.
Right. Yeah, I think, again, when you claim to make $50 million, right, the year 2022, I believe, why aren't these products coming out on time? Oh, okay, well, a lot of that's out of their hands. Okay, that's a way that we justified that those types of behaviors. Okay, we get it. But they just kept giving us excuses. Oh, we're waiting for this item from this one set, and we need these dice, or we need these promos, or what have you, right? We just kind of like, oh, okay. It wasn't until the delay started getting longer and longer for payment. Now we're talking about, it went from getting paid within a week to getting paid 2 to 3 weeks. And then for my Flame Tower experience, it took about maybe a month to 5 weeks. And I was like, oh, wow, that's a long time, but they'll pay. I mean, they'll pay. How can they not pay you? Otherwise, that's fraud. But all of those things, there were already a few situations with artists, rumors and things like that. The whole Comic-Con thing, there were rumors within Comic-Con that they owe money, and that's the reason why we had to pay for our tickets now, because they couldn't get us in for free, meaning they were paying for us. And that those things were eye-opening. And to me, really, the catalyst was Hello Kitty. Maybe they themselves, right, looking at the books, maybe it wasn't 50 million this whole time, but maybe they saw the books, they're looking at the trajectory, and they're seeing we need something right here to really keep Metazoo going, keep this momentum going. And I think they thought Hello Kitty was it. I didn't think Hello Kitty was it, but I also did not expect it to just completely be a dud. It's the second IP, the second largest IP. I did not expect it to actually perform the way it did. I didn't like it. I didn't like the collab or licensing deal. I don't care for Hello Kitty being on my cards. I didn't care for any of that. And I didn't see how that would translate into more players or more attention, though you do see the vision, though. But I didn't think it would still translate. But I was like, hey, it's the second largest IP. Maybe it will. And when it just completely flopped, and then again, fast forward to this, like, oh, that was it. And it turns out to be, it wasn't a partnership. It was a licensing deal that takes money. And if they were already in money troubles, and if they're leveraging and they're using our money as the loans, right, to do these things, because they thought, oh, once we partner with Hello Kitty, it's automatic, and it didn't turn out. Now they've got nothing. So basically had his eyes open 7 times so far.
I'm still okay. I'm in it. I'm okay. Appreciate it. Thanks for checking on me.
Thank you. Let's do that a few times throughout this stream, guys, because I'm concerned for Wonder.
No, I might make it for at least 6 hours. I maybe pull 6. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Do you still feel though? I mean, you've invested a lot, even from a collecting standpoint. Going back to where we started this on the Metazoo collecting topic, do you see that being something you're still going to treasure and hold because of what happened? Do you kind of say, you know what, even the association of the product isn't something I want anymore? Do you think the value is going to drop? What's your perspective on your collection?
So lucky enough, I really made only one big purchase, and that is a sample card. That is my favorite sample card, the Fire Elemental, Flame Elemental, and I got it from Chief Keen. So shout out Chief Keen. That was really my only big purchase. Everything else involves what helped me, actually, I got very lucky, because what helped me from that lane was me becoming a player. So when I have to become a player, right? If I have X amount of free money per month, right? Let's call it a budget, and that used to go into collectibles, including Pokemon. Now I have to attribute that, allocate that that number over to traveling, playing, paying for playable cards, things like that. But from a travel standpoint, the experience, no regret there. Like, all of that was amazing experiences. All the new friends that I've met, throughout this journey of being a player. So because of that, I will never regret traveling and experiencing it. That it kept me safe from putting money into collectibles hard, right? If that makes sense. And so my collection, again, other than my one favorite sample card, and I still have it, I won't get rid of it. I actually mentioned it on Discord. I think I forget who I was responding to. Maybe it was Dan, but Dan responded to me. I said, since 2012, since I've been buying collectibles, I've been running under this philosophy of once it's in my hand, once I pay $50 for this collectible or $1,000 for this collectible, it's worth zero in my hand. And if you're okay with that, then pull the trigger. And if it makes you happy, you want it genuinely, cool, awesome. So I ran with that right throughout whatever, let's call it 10 years, 12 years. But I realized until now, it was this experience with Metazoo, I realized it was never really put to the test. Because even though I always told myself, sure, this collectible is worth zero in my hand, in the back of my mind, maybe subconsciously, because not consciously for sure, it's worth something, right? I can see that sales every single day. And on top of that, I can see that the prices are going up. So even though I was running under my philosophy this entire time, maybe subconsciously I just felt safe that there's value in these collectibles anyway.
Something happening, yeah.
Until now. And now is when I realized, oh, my philosophy is being put to the test. This is me talking to myself, because now that something is worth zero, right? How do you feel about your collectibles? And honestly, I actually analyzed it. I talked to myself about, I had conversations with myself about these things very transparently with myself, where I'm like, all right, I can lie to everyone else, but I can't lie to myself. How do I feel about these collectibles? And honestly, I was like, I love these. I would still cherish them forever. Like, it was part of it is part of the experience. A lot of it's because I genuinely like the collectible. I'm a collector, and I think I will always, and hopefully always, keep that within my hobby experience going forward, that I always keep this collector gene in me. But I was very happy that I've been running with this philosophy this entire time, because this situation is what really proves that is the right way to collect. It's and even Dan, claims like, well, you've always said that they're worth zero in your hand, so now they really truly are worth zero in your hand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As Walrus said, they're worth zero out here too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and it's good that now you've actually gotten to test that before bigger things happen in the future. I mean,
yeah,
you're looking at bigger investments, bigger cards, bigger collection pieces. Knowing that you're on the right path in terms of your approach, I think is satisfying.
Yeah. And lucky, and again, I'm lucky. There's another angle. I'm lucky that a lot of the very coveted items in Metazoo collectibles are actually things that require you to go to these events, whether it's collecticons or going to tournaments and getting these trophy cards, just being part of the community. A lot of and still today, they're still worth money. It's free stuff. Funny enough, the stuff that actually costs money, drops and things like that, actually have the least value, and have probably dropped dramatically. But again, the drop is not that crazy when you look at things like sample cards, when you got a lot of them for free. Again, I bought my only sample card that I have, but Kickstarter, I got a Kickstarter box for free. These sample packs, I have so many rare items. My favorite item that I got from Mason, that I still hold, I think the last time it was purchased, it was like over $1,000. And that is literally the first item that ever was sent out to people within the hobby, however they got in, which I think it was Kickstarter backers. Mike Waddell sent out this letter, this envelope, this little, along with a sample card, send it out to, I think it was, because they're numbered, there were under 125 sent out. And I still have the original. Well, Mason ran into, I've always wanted it. One day, Mason said, "Hey, I've got this collection." Well, let me see it. He's showing me cards. He's showing me sample cards. And then off the corner, I was like, wait a minute, what's that right there in the corner of the picture? Like, is that the letter from Metazoo? He goes, "Oh yeah, it comes with a sample card." The guy told me. I was like, dude, I want that. I want that. Like, that's what I want. And he says, "Well, what's the price?" And and this and that. I was like, I don't know, because they don't sell. If you can tell me what you're looking for, then I'd be able to counter or tell you, because at the end of the day, I do attribute a value. And if right, if he's selling it at a higher price than what I value it, then I don't. It's not for me then, right? I think it was maybe a month of going back and forth, maybe a little bit, and then we go to Denver. He brings the card over, and he has it over there. He's like, "All right, what do you want to do?" And he claimed that the card was like worth over $2,000, but it's giving me the homie price of $1,000. I'm just kidding. I forget the number, but it was something like $100, $150.
Give you a great deal.
Yeah, he sold to me for like $125, $150, something along those lines. And I got it. It's still, I'm gonna get up again. It's still my favorite. It's still my favorite collectible. And again, because it wasn't that expensive in my eyes for what it is. Exactly thrifty. Because of what it is, I feel like this should be worth a lot more. But this is literally the first item anyone publicly ever got. And it's a letter pretty much just stating what Metazoo is. It's got the stamp, the Metazoo stamp. It's got his signature. Still with the original envelope, which is pretty awesome because it's hard to find them this way. This is the Cryptid Nation cryptids. It's numbered, so it's pretty awesome. I talked to Mike Waddell about this because I wanted to know how many of these were sent out. He gave me the number. Now that I remember that conversation, he said 200. 200 were sent out, and it was so that pretty much sealed the deal. I want one of these. And yeah, we made that deal at Swami's house. Funny enough, we made that deal at Swami's house. It was pretty awesome. Again, still my favorite Metazoo collectible. But yeah, a lot of the collectibles that I have, I've just gotten very lucky to get them for free. It's pretty awesome. Only one major purchase, and I'm keeping that thing forever.
Thrifty says, at least the Dan promo can get you a burger at a Collecticon. To get that $20.
That's very true. That's very true. Hopefully it goes up. He's been talking about the price going up, maybe. So I'm looking forward to that.
All right. Well, we'll drop the Metazoo chat, that is, but it was good though. I want to get your perspective on it. I was curious. I haven't seen Dan's live. I have to go back and watch that when I missed it, so I have to go check that out. But yeah, I was curious how it went from a playability standpoint, how that converted to where we are today, how you look at your collection, and a little bit about the company. But I think we touched it. It was nice. Going back to your business for just a minute. One of the things I also saw early on is you were looking, when you first started selling, you actually didn't grade yourself and you didn't sell yourself. You were I think, grading through Z&G, at least one of them, and you were selling through Nick, Old School Pokemon.
Yep.
Yeah, is that right?
That's right. That's right. That's right. Middleman after middleman,
Yeah.
fee after fee. But at that point, honestly, it was one of those, and I still don't know if it's right or wrong, but I think it becomes to a point where maybe if the volume is there, that makes sense. And for the volume that I was doing, it wasn't. But yeah, I went through CNG for the grading, and this was, so the CNG one is funny because this was 2020. I was already putting a little pile together, right? Because things are going crazy in 2020. I'm like, all right, I got to get in on this. Grading is obviously the way to optimize each card. So I dug up every single one of my binders, including my childhood binder. At that point, for a very long time, over a decade, or for about a decade, I did not care about raw cards. I did not care about binders, including my childhood collection. I was just like there. So I dug up my binders. I was always buying collections and ended up with these things and just kept piling them up. I remember one time, me and my brother, we went to a TCG shop, going through their binders, and there was a binder that had almost 2 pages full of Charizards, base set Blastoise, and Venusaurs. The most expensive card out of the 3 and all those pages was $6 or $7 for a Charizard. I bought every Charizard, every Blastoise, every Venusaur. One, because I've never pulled any of those cards, and that's why I wanted them. It was almost just like, now I'm overdoing it because I never had this experience as a kid, and here's over like a dozen Charizards right in front of me for $5 to $7 each, based on condition. Funny enough, so I bought them all.
Binge drinking your first day at the bar.
Say again?
Binge drinking your first day at the bar.
and really, it became one of those things where I was like, oh man, just hoarding these, these cards. And so during the hype, and we all see what base set unlimited Charizards are going for, right? And I'm like, all right, raw, they're going for X, but if I grade it, they're going for this much. I need to get these things graded. At that point, I was like, what else can I grade? Right. And I'm looking at all the eBay. I was living on eBay. Whether if I was at work, if I was at home, I was living on eBay. And so I knew what all these prices, what every Pokemon was going for, and what was the somewhat within a window. I'd be like, oh, this card is going for X and a grade X. And so, okay, let's start putting a little grading pile, right? So see where I can grade through. See who I can grade with, and I was going to go with CNG Emporium, James, but because of Logan Paul, right, and that first dead box break, everything went bonkers. Submissions went bonkers. CNG pulled out a video saying, "Hey guys, we're going to shut down by this date in December. If we do not get your submission out by December, that's it. You're going to have to wait." And if that happens, most likely next once it becomes 2021, PSA usually raises their prices, right? $1 or $2. And I'm like, no, I don't want to pay $1 or $2 more. Like, I got to send it now. So and at that point, because I'm looking at how many I have, I'm like, wow, that's an extra, X. Like, no, that's actually pretty significant. So then at that point, I dug up everything, because now I'm looking even more value, since I'm going to be doing them cheaper compared to next year. Now I'm even grading more things that I probably would not have originally, but that made me FOMO. That made me FOMO into grading even more. It turned out to be a sub of like, oh,
it was like 500.
So during this time, I also bought an opened base set booster box. It had every single card in it. Every pack was there. The only thing that was taken were the holos. So rare non-holos were still there. Trainer rares were still there. I ended up winning. I'm going to forget how much I wanted. It's in my book, but I ended up winning it. And because of what Charmander, Pikachu, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, what these guys were going for in 9s and 10s, I actually looked at the average of how many of the starters you get per box. And I was like, oh, it's a no-brainer. And this thing went something like $200. But
Wow.
a single starter in a PSA 10 was going $400-$500, right? It was ridiculous. So no brainer. I pulled the trigger. I remember I was at work. I remember I got called to a line to look at an issue. I was like, I've got 7 minutes on this listing. I'm not going out there. Obviously, I told
See you in 8 minutes.
I told the story on the radio, and I'm like, yeah, I'll be right there. I'm just finishing up this thing. I gotta make sure it's safe. Yada yada. It's a safety
Exactly.
thing. It's a safety thing. So yeah, I won it, and I threw in every single starter, every single evolution of the starter. I threw in all of the rares, non-hollows, including trainers, because I saw the prices on the trainers. I threw in also double colorless because I saw the prices on double colorless. So threw them all in there. Essentially, it became, when I got them back, and I didn't know this. I didn't know it was going to take 18 months for me to get my submission back. Fast forward 18 months, and I've got all of these, cards back. A portion, the submission that I gave Nick was not from that one, because now it was too late. Now I got these overwhelming amount of cards that I had to sell, never really selling on my own. I've sold little things here and there, but how do I get rid of 600 cards? Like, how do I do that? If I could get rid of a card, I could get rid of a slab, but never 600 of them. At that point, I was already experienced with the Collecticon thing. I was like, you know what? Maybe it's time to vend. I don't want to say I was the first one, but I was probably the first one within this space, within this group, that actually started to vend. No, vended once, right? I took my slabs. I went in there. Funny enough, a few more people. I think Oldie was actually at that show as well, vending. Ivy had her collection as well, vending. But what did Metazoo do? Metazoo decides to throw a tournament for something like $10,000. And here I am like, no, like I wanted to play in that, right? Well, I want to play in that, but I got 600 slabs to, play. So I was having this conversation with me like, well, what do you want to do? I was like, listen, you should go because you've got she had like something like 150 slabs. I've got 600. There's no way that I'm going to make you responsible for my 600 slabs. You've only got 150. Everything's priced. Like, I'll take care of it. You go play. I had to stay back. I had way too many slabs to get rid of. So yeah, I did that, CNG Emporium. So that was my grading. I went through him, and then I went through Nick maybe twice. But yeah, at that point, I just was not deep enough to be able to pull the trigger. I mean, let's maybe even say I wasn't confident enough that I would be able to do it on my own. And it just seemed, for ease of, just for peace of mind, really, it was like, oh, if I just send to this guy and he gets a 10% cut, and then send him to this guy to then sell the graded results and give him 10%, like, you know what, that's easy. Yeah, let's do that. And that's why I did it that way. And even after that, as I've been gradually just grading more and more, I went through middlemen just to grade. And then selling became a little bit easier as I started getting into the eBay, selling more on eBay. But really, truly, like, that's the reason why at that point I just valued the peace of mind of not making a mistake, of not maybe, not doing something properly. So then I just gave it to them.
It makes sense. Yeah, I mean, we all got to start somewhere, right? Mauer says, oh, sorry, wrong one. I think Wonder asked, how are you? How did we end up here? Good to see you, Pool Father. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. Appreciate it.
Now you can see why it's very easy for me to, whenever I go live on my channel, to get 8 to 12 hours out of it on a regular basis.
Easy,
so.
easy stuff. Easy stuff. I don't mind. I'm just kidding, man. You may have heard my comment in the intro. I was wondering if you remember why I said it. So I mentioned you were daydreaming about other people's grandmas. Do you remember that conversation? I know you've talked about a lot of things, but did that ring a bell for you when I said that?
Daydreaming about grandmas. The only time, well, the one that comes to mind is like me daydreaming about grandmas, and like they're having a yard sale or something, and they don't know what they have.
That's
it's a whole man. Okay.
That was it. That was it.
Yeah.
You were talking to PK, and he said something like, "Yeah, I just spend my whole day thinking about grandmas." He's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" He's like, "Hold on." And I think Ivy or somebody was in the chat. They said, "Everybody protect your grandmas."
Let
Watch
me
out.
start. Let me start from the beginning. Let me explain what I mean. Let me give you some context.
But no, I mean, you were very excited. You were thinking about finding that locker, and I think you even said it something like a Christmas tree sized tote of Sky Ridge, right, for $100. Like, yep, here you go, Grandma. This is great. Um, and being fantasizing about that situation never happened. Did you ever find one? I was just curious. Did you ever find a grandma with a Christmas tree size of anything?
Never found a grandma. Never found a grandma. But through yard sales, I found a few binders, things like that. Never anything sealed, right? Never anything of like, let's just say, real amazing value. But definitely binders, and binders that turned out to have great cards. Come 2020, they became great cards and great cards to grade and flip. But no, never really ran into that one bin full of
Sky Ridge,
Sky Ridge,
first edition base.
Yeah, never.
No, it didn't happen. All right. I was wondering all that daydreaming. Sometimes you can manifest something, make it a reality. Wasn't sure. Yeah, exactly. Hide your grandmas. I think that was just about the same line that was dropped in that one with PK. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I think I saw on your IG, you actually, one of your first sales was Moonbryon PSA 6 to Ancient Mew. It was in June of 22.
From that collection, he was my first one because he actually reached out and he wanted that card, right?
But it wasn't your first sale, obviously, because we just spoke about predated a lot of that. Okay.
No, right. So I mean, let's start from the beginning. When I started collecting back in 2012, right, I would buy collections, right? You would naturally buy collections, and because I was collecting what I would deem master sets, hollow sets of the WotC, I started out with base set Jungle Fossil in English. Right. While acquiring some of these slabs, they would come in lots. And some of these lots came in more slabs, duplicates. That's when I was able to get Japanese slabs of the same versions. And that's when I decided to also collect the Japanese versions slabbed. That's a whole nother story, though. But yeah, I would acquire these lots because it would be cheaper. Then you can sell off the rest. So that's what I would do. I would sell off the duplicates, get what I need, but again, it would be at a very slow rates, right? So selling 2 or 3 at any given time was not a difficult thing to do. Every time it would always be an auction. I don't care what I get, just get it out, get it out of here, get whatever I get from it. And that essentially mostly paid for the original card that I wanted. Binders, the same thing. I would get binders, I would get lots, and then if I saw something that was really cool but I didn't care for and it had value, I would just put it on auction. But again, probably in a decade's worth, I had something like 100 items sold, something like that. And then I got my now current eBay accounts that I buy and sell because I haven't gone through the full business side of it. But eventually, maybe either that account just becomes my sole selling account, just because I've already gained a lot of traction through that. But yeah, that's how those things happen. So I have been definitely sold, but not to the extent that we're doing today.
Walrus, where do you think I get all my intel from? All the socials, man. All the socials. And I'm not canceling your appearance. Not happening. One day, my friend, one day. The Mexican hipster says, "Oh God, please don't let him start from the beginning." Please stop him. Please.
I just wanted you guys to really understand the full, scope of the.
But did you notice how he didn't explain the grandma thing? I had to explain it. He was okay with where we left it.
I was definitely okay where we left it. There was no. I made sure that one was a 3-minute conversation.
That was easy.
A 3-minute segment.
But you did mention it here, so let's peel back that onion a little bit. Did you want to start doing the whole full business thing in terms of business license, reselling, tax IDs, going the full blown? Because it sounds like you're still kind of half in, half out.
Definitely half in, half out. I overthink, overanalyze, analysis paralysis is definitely a thing that I love to do. I'm way too methodical to a fault where it slows me down. And then from another mind frame, I'm genuinely afraid that I'm gonna lose my collector not identity, my collector I guess personality, right? Because that's how I got into it. That's how I've been always genuinely loved to engage this hobby, and it's just collecting. And I think it's natural, and I've seen it firsthand with other people in the hobby. It almost seems like because you're focused in another area and you're selling, how you value your own collection changes, right? Now, this card worth X amount can be used for the business and buy, buy you a collection, buy you raw modern, pay for your submissions, things like that. And so I see it again, seeing it firsthand, and because I truly want to remain a collector, I'm afraid to lose that naturally through the process of selling and becoming a true business, a true flipper. So that's in and out is definitely the right way to put it. I'm in and out, but because of the way that I'm thinking and my philosophy of life and time and what I want to do it, I feel like that's the best of both worlds, where I get to engage in the hobby. I get to engage in a hobby that I love, though be it differently. Now I'm going to be selling, and it gives me the sense of freedom, the sense of I own my time. I'm not giving away my time to anyone else. So I think it allows the best of both worlds in one. So I think, again, naturally I'm going to go into it, and because of Metazoo, that's what's allowing me now to push forward towards that aim, because now I don't have, now I don't have anything to. I don't have
your time anymore.
Right, I don't have. I don't have the player grind to take that time away, or the collecting side. So now I can focus on this.
Yeah, I think from a collectability standpoint, and I've had the same discussion with many people on the podcast around losing their collections to be inventory, and it's a constant topic, because I want to see, did they get consumed by that? Okay, this month's profit, I got to pay those bills. To your point. And I see a lot of it happen, and very few, especially as they grow, can hold on to that collection, can hold on to that enjoyment of it. It becomes business numbers, get it in, get it out, and that gets lost somewhere in the process.
Yeah.
But I will say, if you're selling and you're also making revenue, careful, because now you're not getting your tax deductions. So, it's financially, you don't get the most from what you're actually making either. So it's a balance. It's a balance. We'll see where it goes. What's your goals within the business then, as you shoot now to put what sounds like the majority of your focus into Pokemon? What are you trying to achieve here in 2024?
Yeah, my goal is, going claiming full-time is not the right term for me. But going my version of full-time in the hobby, selling, flipping, I want to be able to, again, own my time, make money doing it within something that I love, this hobby. But at the same time, the ultimate goal is I don't want to have a bad time doing this. I don't want to be miserable, turn it into a miserable thing, something that I hate, right? If it's anything in life, if I hate it, if I start disliking it, I just get rid of it, because if it's not doing good for you, it's doing bad, right? It's more detrimental to you, to your health, to your mental health, to peace of mind, all of those things. And I value those things a lot. So that's my goal, is to be able to have fun with it, make money. Let's shoot for the moon. Let's become a Dan Catch 'em All Collectibles. Let's shoot even higher. No offense, Dan. Let's shoot even higher. Let's become a TCA Gaming, right? But also knowing the amount of work that would take, the amount of dedication that would take, how, I understand that may not be a thing for me ultimately, but somewhere in the middle, somewhere within the extremes of not doing anything and being these guys, somewhere in the middle, happy medium of enjoying what I do. You're making money doing it. You're being able to live your life through and sustain your life through Pokemon, and not get to the point where you hate it. That's the ultimate goal.
Okay. I think that's a good one. It's a great start. I saw comment from Walrus here I wanted to pull up. He says, collecting becomes more focused when you do this for profit. Every piece becomes meaningful.
Mm.
Good.
I love that, actually.
Yeah, that's actually really good. I like that a lot. FOMO says, if you go full time, would you start the true flipper 4% consignments? You got to outprice Dan.
Competition is a great thing. Competition is a great thing, especially for the consumer. And if 4% is where I need to be, 4% is where I'll be at. Especially as a smaller. I don't know. Is that how as a smaller business going into it? Is it easier for you to go to 4% versus the bigger guys? But the bigger guys are doing it at a higher volume, but it also takes more time. So I don't know. It's just I think
the volume gets them the discounts though, right?
Yep.
You do it at 4%, you're gonna be doing it at a full loss.
Yep.
Not partial loss, full loss. Yeah. And Walrus says, "Don't undercut my services." The true 5% consignments. But see, you gotta remember, Walrus, yours is inversed, right? You keep the 95% and you give then your customer the 5%. So don't forget about the way you have that structured. Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Yeah.
I like the business perspective. I like how you're looking at that from a point of view of really trying to balance, the enjoyment in the process, the life, the time. That's critical, especially when you got kids.
Yeah,
and you want to spend that time with the little ones.
It's very important to me, and again, I understand that I'm very weird in the way that I think. I'm very quirky. I usually tend to think that I'm like, man, how come I'm the only one that kind of thinks this way, or nobody can follow along, and but obviously, right, there's more people that think like you. You just got to find those folks, right? You just got to find those. And like Dan is definitely a version, but I think Dan is definitely on a whole nother level, right, of the way that he, like the whole fire movement, right? He's going at it from that standpoint, but the base of not carrying debt or over leveraging yourself and living within your means, things like that. That's something that I've been doing forever. And I learned that from my dad. So one of the big things, one of my favorite quotes of all time, it's arguably, I can argue that it's the number one because of the weight that it has. But my favorite quote is, every man has two lives, and his second life starts when he realizes there's only one life. And that really, that really is meaningful, because I've seen it with people. I've seen it with people where they live a certain life, a certain lifestyle, and maybe it's a little too late. And this is the key. It's a little too late. They're much older, including, right, a very personal experience of my grandfather on his deathbed. And the things that he was saying, regretting and things like that. He changed his life the last 10 years of his life, whether that was his way of, treating people, the way that he would treat his family, through his vices of alcoholism, through, smoking even. And it wasn't until he had a near-death experience that he changed his life. Now, at that point, right, if he would have kept doing what he was doing, would that have ended him sooner? Possibly, right? But we'll never know. But it did change. But it is through that experience that I noticed, and only through conversations that I had with him towards the end, that I realized it's better to realize that you only have one life sooner than realizing when it's too late and you feel like you have to change now. Right. Just like this hobby, right? If you if you put yourself in a position to never have to sell, that's amazing, because if you're forced to sell, that's probably the wrong time to do it. So when you're forced to change your life, whether that's health, habits, whether that's because of a death experience, you're having to change, you change the way that you look at things, that you change the way that you look at relationships. Yeah, it's that's why that quote, again, I can argue that it's my number one favorite quote. Every man has two lives, and he realizes there's only one life, and that's when his life changes.
It's beautiful. Fully agree. No, we only have one shot, and make it your best.
Yep.
Make it your very, very best. Mason says, if you want to make money, don't open a game store. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Mason, I wanted to open one right next to you. We can team, we can collaborate. Your customers can come to me too, and that's how you start a business today in 2024. You just kind of ride someone else's coattails and take their customers.
He's going to put up a big sign and he's going to say, we're 2% cheaper than the guy next door. Come over here instead. Yeah. So I added a new segment here just for you, Basic.
Oh, okay.
For you, yeah. And it's something I know you like to do. And I thought this would be fun for us to do together. Awesome. So we're going to have a debate section. Okay, so we're going to go through a couple of topics, and you and I, we're going to pick a side, and we're just going to go through it. We're going to debate it, and we'll call it, we'll go to the next one when we feel like we've reached the pinnacle point. So, and feel free, as we go through this, we can obviously add to it if we want to have some other debates. We feel like we're on a good rhythm. We can keep going. So the first topic is going to be sellers have a moral obligation to ensure they're not selling to buyers in bad financial positions. So once again, sellers have a moral obligation to ensure they're not selling to buyers in bad financial positions. So for the first one, I'll choose your position. On the second one, you choose mine. Now, originally, watching your older content, I would have put you on one side of this. But now that you've gotten your flipper's license, I'm going to put you on the other side of it, because now you've gotten that experience quite heavily over the past few years. So I want you to be on the side of, I don't care. I'm selling a product. They came to me to buy it, and it's not my job to worry about what their financial decision is. So go ahead and start your argument from that point of view, and then I'll debate the other end.
Definitely. Once you start a business, and even when you thinking of Mason here, and you have a brick and mortar, you have overhead, you have employees, you can't afford to have, let's call it, a moral compass, right? That takes a back seat. Any business, you're there to make a profit at the end of the day, right? And if you're thinking from a moral standpoint, you're going to go broke. You're going to be sacrificing you and your family's well-being by looking out for others at that standpoint. So it would be at that point, it's easy to understand that you have to pretty much block that out of the way. There might be exceptions, but in general, you're there to make money. You're there to make a profit. So, yeah, easy.
Well, I mean, but what about the fact that if you're looking out for somebody's well-being to a certain extent, and we're talking here in this case financially, you could instead make a customer for life. Now, you may actually invest in that person a bit more, even on the personal side, just a little bit, to help them maybe through a tough time, to teach them maybe something their parents didn't teach them or they didn't learn in school. But in that, they become filthy rich as well. And they remember you, and they spend that money with you, and then they tell everybody else to come spend that money. So do you make more now, or do you make far more in the future and build a better society?
Yeah, very, very true. Is there a rebuttal here? Is there a...
Yes, let's go.
Okay,
keep going. Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
I think, like I said, there's exceptions, right? There's exceptions, and I think every situation is different. But if you did that all the time, again,
yeah, you'd be
I think you will go broke. if you did that
Yeah.
all the time for every scenario. If you filtered your customers through to make sure
Right.
that they're able to afford every product, one, the time and that goes into that,
Of
right?
course.
But
It's not manageable. Yeah.
right, it's you can't manage that. So it's better to just go in with it automatically, blindly. Automatically, I don't know people's personal lives and whatever. Things may get messy as you do get to know your customers. If they become
Right.
customers for life, they're going to become more attached to you. You're going to have more of a relationship
Yeah.
with this customer, and that's when it can get messy. But one of the actual rules that I learned a long time ago is when you're going into a transaction, if you go through, if you start it as a business transaction, you end it as a business transaction, whether that's family, friends, or a stranger. What you don't want to
Fair point.
do is start out as an emotional transaction and then you finish it with a business transaction, and that's a little ugly. Vice versa, if you start out as a business transaction and you finish it as an emotional transaction, there could be a lot of good there, but you could also be hurting yourself. So the one that is
True.
less risky is the one that just go in with it with a as a business transaction, regardless of who it is, and you'll be probably better off.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that working, and I'm glad you brought in the nuance because obviously this doesn't apply to every customer walking in the door and you say, "Hey, let me see your bank balance." It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. But as you said, it's going to be those nuances as you know people or as they say certain things and say, "Hey, this is my last 20 bucks." Do you take that moment and say, lean over the counter and say, "Hey, John, I tell you what, I'll save this card for you, but you're not buying it today. Why don't you go and take care of X, Y, or Z? And when you're ready and you can come back, I'll have this card for you." Like, why would you not take that time and say, "Hey, you know what? Don't spend your last $20 with me. Walk away. Like,
Yeah.
leave and put that in the bank. Go buy your kids a good meal, whatever the case may be." There's 1,000 ways you could approach it. But this is, if they're going to say it, you get the nuance. Why not try to help somebody in need?
Yeah.
Especially if
Well,
you know. Especially
yeah,
if you know.
definitely. And yeah, I definitely understand that. Right. Again, sticking to the business side is when you look at casinos, when you look at alcohol and alcohol consum or
Yeah.
sales, when you look
Yeah.
at all of
Exactly.
tobacco sales, right, cigarettes, we
Exactly.
know that all of these things are bad, but are those people feeling bad? That the people that are working for those organizations, like, do they feel like they have this moral obligation to society? You know, all you're doing is
Some.
probably creating gamblers. You're creating unhealthy habits, not only from a financial standpoint, but also health wise, right? That your
Yes.
actual body health wise, that could be detrimental to your health and your life sooner. So, um, but they don't, and why? Because it's a business at the end of the day. It's a business at the end of the day. And I think at the end of the day, you cannot blame the organization, the seller, the business. It is to the consumer ultimately. It is the consumer's responsibility to know what's good for them, what's not good for them.
Would you, though? Would you work for a company that knowingly harms others?
There, there's a level. There's a level to everything, right? There's thresholds that we all hold, sensitivities that we all hold, and we're all, again, on a spectrum of extremes. So where do I fall in that? Depending on what that threat to that person is, to society is, um, I don't know. Obviously, if we're talking about the ultimate sacrifice to society, of course not. I can't do that. There's no way that I can live with myself if I know that I'm, killing someone in the process. That's not the case. But something as light as opening a brick and mortar and selling Pokemon, selling things that people love, and people are
Yeah.
spending their last $20, but it's something that they love. It's something that they want to do, and it's something that maybe this is their escape. Maybe and it is a vice at the end of the day, but maybe this is their escape. So ultimately, would I? Yes, but like anything else, there's nuance and it depends on what it is.
I like it. I like it. Lots of good comments here. Mason says, "Oh, now I'm immoral." And by the way, I should have prefaced these debates. This is all just for fun, not necessarily our true beliefs or decisions, just to kind of have some fun. I know that Basic likes to debate, likes to kind of go back and forth a little bit, and fun conversation. So just kind of pushing the edge a little bit.
And it's awesome that also like some of my favorite debates is when you have to debate the opposite of your beliefs. That's actually
Right.
some of my favorite beliefs. So that's actually amazing.
Well, because going back to the story, some of your first cases with this, not again, and later in the Flipper years, but the earlier cases, you actually canceled orders.
Mm-hmm. It's only happened
You
twice.
said no.
It's only happened twice,
Yeah.
but they stick with me. And I remember it was very recent. Whose was it? Was it my 24-hour live, or was it maybe before that? But I mentioned the reason why I was able to do that is because I'm not a business, right? I don't have overhead. My family does not rely on me making this sale. So therefore, morally, I can easily make that decision to pull away from the transaction, cancel the transaction on them. From a business standpoint, it's a completely different perspective. That changes the ball game, overhead, rent, bills. That changes everything, right? And so the nuances there, the spectrums are there for a reason. So yeah, it's when it happened to me, that's just and I still feel good about it. I still was able to sell that car to someone else,
Of course.
and maybe that other person was actually worse off, but I didn't know
But you
that.
don't know.
I don't know that, and at this point of my flipping career, I'm lucky that I don't have to worry about that. But I can definitely see where that will become an issue if I continue along those lines.
Yeah. Mason said, I was going to ask if you were hiring at your new game store, but you wouldn't want someone immoral like me working for you.
You're probably right, Mason. No, that's obviously I'm kidding. Mason is
They'll pay you
amazing.
half.
Yeah, Mason is an awesome person. Awesome. When you've been doing it the way that you've been doing it, when you have the privilege to open your second store, when you have the customer base that you do, the fan base on top of your customer base that you do, that only shows the type of person that you are. There's no way, Metazoo, there's no way that you can become successful and continue that success if you are not respecting your customer base, your fan base. If you are not there for them, if you are not providing amazing value, you will go out of business. The market will tell you whether you're going to be successful or not based on those things.
Fully agree. One of the things missing the most in the spaces in these types of stores, not in yours, Mason, I'm sure, but is customer service. It's really, treating the customer correctly and not being rude to them and acting like they don't know anything. Even if they don't treat them like that. Yeah, they're coming there to learn. They come there to have fun. All right, next debate topic. Card grading as a whole is a scam. Now you get to pick which side I'm on.
I almost want to force myself to take my opposite of my philosophy, but
okay.
It'll be hard to do so for me to find those arguments, to be honest. So yeah, tell me why grading is a scam.
Okay. When you look at the entirety of how this is played out, you send a series of cards in. You have a grader, again, paid whatever the wages are at those respective companies. And over time, they may get the talent and the skill, but most starting out, and especially when the masses were coming through and whatever the millions are per month, the consistency there and ability to have repeatability is completely arbitrary, and you're lucky if you ever get something of the same grade. We've seen thousands and thousands times of this whole crack, regrade, resend, and do it until you get the grade you want. That by itself showcases the fallacies behind the entire grading company. And you say, well, hey, wait, but they also authenticate the cards. What do they? Do they really? Because how many times have we seen this where they don't? The cards going through there are fake. They've been cut. People just play them for fun, just to see what they can get away with. So at what point can you then instill the trust in the grading company if you can't trust repeatability, you can't trust process, you can't trust the grades themselves, you can't trust authentic cards that they're actually looking through? What is it we can trust? Well, they're going to charge you. I want my money. So why am I doing this in the first place? Because we lack trust between each other. If we lack trust between each other in terms of, I want a card that's good quality, it is what you say it is, it's an authentic card. If that trust was there, would we still need grading, somebody else to tell us this is a good thing?
Yeah, I see that, but here's my angle. At its core, grading comes from an authenticating angle. It's authenticating, it's preserving, and it's locking in something that could be, the way that I deem it, historical. Right? When you look at sports cards, a lot of sports cards, baseball cards, but even documents, right? Historical documents can get graded. Memorabilia in any sport, any item can get graded by and encapsulated by these companies. That at its core is what it's all about: authenticating the history, authenticating the provenance, and putting it on display and preserving it forever. The way that I see it, it's a museum, right? And when I look at my collectibles, it's a museum of these things and the memories, and I know that that it's authentic. I know where it came from. I know that it's legitimate, and it's so old, and it's preserved, and it's all glory, right? The reason why, well, the points that you brought up, that is not an issue that grading companies created. I don't think the market created those things, right? We value the market. We value the 10. Back in the day, when it was just about history, when it was just about preserving, it was not about getting a 10. It was about preserving. It was about authenticating. Now you have this piece of history sitting on your wall, and that's amazing. It could be something as dumb as a sports card, or it could be something as significant as a historical document, right? But we did this. We are the ones that are creating the problems in this society pocket of collectibles, that we value the 10. It's always been subjective from gate one, but no one was sending in modern anything. No one was grabbing a foul ball from a game, Joe Schmo foul ball, and sending it into grade. That is not the point of grading and authenticating and preserving. The point is, you grab a Barry Bonds, a Hank Aaron, a Babe Ruth, memorabilia, anything, jersey, baseball bat, baseball glove, right? And you're making sure that I have a legitimate item here. You can prove the provenance. You send it to grade. They grade it. They confirm that it's authentic, and they encapsulate it forever for its protection, to preserve it, and boom, it is history forever. You're able to pass that down. Grading was not like something that we looked at 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and cared for it that much. But in this very specific pocket that we are in, TCGs, we have created the monster, not the companies.
If that's the case, then why put a number on it at all? And we also have to probably come to the agreement that we all know, just sheer mass alone, there's no way that they're going through the provenance and the effort on $1,000 card or the pre-release Raichu. That there's going to be a very big difference between those two cards that are submitted, and they're going to put very little to no effort on the lower end of anything. It's get it out, get it out, get it out, and it's more of a money making machine. So the foundation of what you're standing on in order to say this is why it's valuable, the documentation, the preserving, okay, I could see the preserving. I can definitely even see the point of you liking to display it. But why then would you pay them such a premium, wait the time, and then say put a number on it, when the reality is they're probably not actually even going to take the time to properly authenticate it and to properly grade it in the first place. 99% of the slabs out there are probably not even accurate. Very few are going to be the accurate slabs that you're referring to, which then says the majority was really just a money grab.
Unfortunately, Wander, I feel like you kind of proved my point.
Okay.
Companies adapt. Oh, this is what the consumer wants? Great. More money for us. Oh, the consumer wants to grade modern because there's this ecosystem of collectors and flippers, and within this ecosystem that they're creating on their own. We've existed forever. They created this on their own, that all of a sudden they want to grade modern. Well, that's easy. Sure, we'll take your money. Let's do it. That's why when a pre-release write-you comes through, that's way different. This is history. This has weight and importance to the hobby. A modern Charizard from a UPC, we're going to get 40,000 of those. Get them in, get them out, because that's what this community wants. They created this monster. We'll take it all day because we're making profit. We're making money. They're a business at the end of the day. If we all of a sudden, we've joked around for a while about grading sleeves. They probably have never thought about grading sleeves until we create the monster to grade sleeves. And then they will, because they're going to make money and they're going to run with that. But the moment they grab, let's just say, a sleeve from 1999 from this one specific tournament, that's going to be treated a lot differently. That history holds weight. That aged sleeve holds weight versus the UPC that got overprinted, to oblivion. There's a huge difference, and natural attrition to me is what grading is really about. Again, with the authentication, with the provenance, but it's the natural attrition that really attracts collectors. And now it's just become, oh, I pulled a modern Pikachu. I want this guy in a PSA 10. We created that entire monster. They're just a business.
Funny, you say that I proved your point. You actually just proved my point. Because if indeed they're going to treat the 99% this way, get it in, get it out. Hey, just give them the number here. Let's get out of here. Let's focus on the real memorable pieces. Then it is a scam. Because that's the point of this whole debate in this specific point. The 99% is a scam. And then they choose what's important, and they choose where they're going to put their time. The rest of it is just, okay, fine. You want to get a bunch of 10s on 10,000 Charizards? Fine, here's your 10s. Give me your money, go about your way. That's a scam.
I guess
they lowered their services. They lowered the standards of which they stood by, perhaps in the past when this wasn't a thing. And now it's, okay, fine. The rest of it, just get it out. Let's focus on these really nice pieces, which of course makes good marketing, which then of course just makes the cycle go around.
Ultimately, when I think of a scam, I think of intent. PSA's intent was not, they didn't in their own way manipulate us to want to grade modern. That wasn't them, that was us. So if anything, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. They didn't want it, but they'll take it. A scam to me means there's intent from the very beginning to the end. Their intent was, hey, if we can just let these let this community know that we'll grade modern because it's gonna bring up their value, they're all gonna flock to us. And there's 40,000 Charizards that comes from this one ETB, so we're gonna make money, we're gonna make bank. So let's do it. How can we do that? Oh, you know what? Let's advertise commercials. Let's get on the Super Bowl commercials. Let's tell everyone to grade their modern cards. That didn't happen. That scam did not start with them. We scammed ourselves. We scammed ourselves by doing so.
I was gonna grab the PSA magazine where they have modern cards, listed there for display.
Now, what year is this magazine?
No, it's a recent year. So
Yeah.
last year, yeah.
And that's the thing. A business is going to look for an opportunity, and if they see opportunity where they can make an amazing profit based on what the consumer wants, they're going to run with it all day long. And sure, maybe things come, maybe then on the, hey, well, if that's what that's where they're willing to spend their money, where's the voids? Where else can we again, the sleeve example? Yeah. Hey, maybe we should grade sleeves, because people are going to be sending in sleeves, so we can grade. At that point, then they're taking advantage of the situation. From any angle, in all grading companies, I don't see them taking advantage in creating these new pockets, these new markets. It's us demanding those markets. And they're just like, yeah, we'll do it for you. No problem. We'll take your money. That's not a scam. That's we're doing it to ourselves. It's our ecosystem. They're just sitting, they're just sitting to the side and providing a service.
I'm seeing a trend here, basic. I'm seeing a trend. The trend is when a company goes default, somehow you put the blame on us.
The consumer is at fault 100%. Even on my end, right? When I debate the whole moral aspect and I debate why, at the end of the day, if I could only have one answer, gun to the head, whose fault is it? It will always be the consumer's fault. Always. It is never, again, the casino. It is never the alcohol companies, the cigarette companies, anything that's a vice, anything that's bad for us, that's bad for society. Fast food, and the toxic food that exists out there, that is not on them. They're just providing a service. We're the ones that are choosing to go into that. I'm pretty sure, I don't know, do you choose to go into a McDonald's every single day for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Or do you choose to cook at home? Do you choose alternative ways, right? But there's definitely people that choose that route. Who's at fault? If you were able to make a better decision than the other person, who's at fault? Is it McDonald's fault or is it their fault, the consumer?
I get your point. But there's a lot of nuance there, and we won't go down the fast food rabbit hole because that's another deep one. But then what the price, or excuse me, the drive to get the price down so low to make it available to everybody, I understand, but then at what cost? How unhealthy do we have to make this, and what ingredients do we have to choose as we step away from our previous standard, which actually is a great analogy back to PSA. At what point do we walk away from our previous standard and the time we spend to make sure this is good and accurate, and we provide the service, of which, by the way, we're going to be charging you more money for in the case of PSA, but now for a lower quality service because now we're trying to push out the masses. And at some point, they've accepted that. And that is their responsibility. We came to you initially because you provided a service at this quality, at this price. We never said, hey, we want to grade modern, and by the way, I want you to do it worse. I want you to be more inconsistent. We never asked for that.
Back to my Metazoo experience, we enabled them. We have the right to choose not to go through them. We have the right to not grade at all because it's gotten so out of hand. It's gotten so out of hand that we just say, you know what? No, let's go back to the basics. Let's binder our cards, right? Let's binder our vintage, our modern. Let's binder everything. That is how this hobby was supposed to be. We don't do that, right? Because this ecosystem that we created, this is what we want. The flipper wants to make that money. The consumer wants to spend their money on plastic for modern, or it doesn't matter, vintage, it doesn't matter. Right. As far as the standards or lack of, we know those things, and yet we continue to do so. From a business standpoint, you know that there's risk sending in 10s and you get 9s. You're choosing to do so. That's not PSA. We've always known that this is subjective. We've always known that. That is not something new, but now there's more emphasis on the subjectivity because of this group, the niches of the niches. That's once, and you're right. There's a trend here, but we're allowing it. We're enabling it, right? Vote with your dollars. If you don't like a service to the point where you feel like it's actually toxic, PSA will tell you otherwise. Like, no, look at the numbers that we're getting in every single month. Even in a down market, we're getting X amount of things. And all we got to do is lower it by $1 and everyone comes flocking in. Why? Because of your ecosystem, not ours.
All right. I can see it on that one. I can see it. That was good. We got a FOMO here. If McDonald's caused weight gain over feeding their customers salad, would it be a problem? Isn't that the same thing? No, I wouldn't say exactly the same thing. Yeah, at the foundation, if you strip away all the details and all the nuance, it might be the same thing, but I wouldn't see it the same. All right, the next one, next debate. In the future, the generation that's growing up with Pokemon today will see Moonbreon better than the base Charizard. So when they look back, they will not be looking for the base set Charizard as the king that we see it as today. They will be looking for the Moonbreon of their time from Sword and Shield. So in this case, I'll choose which side you'll be on.
Okay, you'll choose. Okay, that makes it easier for me because it was tough. Me thinking like, man, which one do I want? So I think we touched on it a little bit during the 24-hour live.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, did you? Okay, yeah, maybe I
A little bit.
I'd say you would be on the side that they will always come back to the Charizard. They'll always find their way back.
Yeah, they always go back to the Charizard. They always go back to Vintage, WotC. It all depends, though, on whether someone really wants to spend the time and become knowledgeable in the hobby, right? I remember back in my day, I went in for what I knew, right? What I grew up with. That's WotC, hollows, get them slabbed up, and that's what I liked, right? It was only through time and wanting to know more about the hobby that I found out, oh, there's trophy cards. Oh, there's cards that have way more significant historical significance in this hobby. There's exclusivity with some of these cards that, instead of buying an unlimited Charizard, that there's 50,000 total graded in PSA, let alone every other grading company. I learned that there's value in these rarer items. That's what I got attracted to. So naturally, I feel like the new generations naturally are going to find that route. And now that there's social media, YouTube channels, Instagrams, posts, people now have that information that's more attainable to them than we did. So therefore, it becomes easier. They're going to go back to it. Way different from the conversation of value for those vintage cards, because there's also very plentiful. There's a lot to go around. But will they go back? Will they see value in having history in their hands, regardless of the value? I think they will. I think naturally we tend to look at historical items as more special, regardless of value. That's when the invaluable item comes in, priceless items comes in, because when it represents history, when there's so much time gone by, that's priceless, regardless of the price tag that it has. It's priceless compared to modern. Now, eventually, Moonbreon will be vintage. Eventually, Moonbreon will be 30 years old. Pokemon is not even 30 years old yet. Moonbreon will be 30 years old at one point. It's going to be vintage. Everything becomes vintage. Natural attrition is going to be a thing. Even within graded cards, there's going to be natural attrition. So yeah, definitely the kids are going to go back to that. I think it's just a cycle. It's just a cycle.
Yeah, and the opening, debate statement here was, Moonbryon will be better, and the kids will sort or search that out more than the base set Charizard. And so, and that's speaking about this generation that's now coming up with Sword and Shield. So we are going to assume that 30 years or whatever, 20 years has passed, some decent amount of time, a couple of decades. So with that understanding, in mind, one of the things I think resonates far more than going back through history and understanding, origins and roots in this case, for example, with base set Charizard and the base set itself, is the experience and the emotional attachment to what happened, at that moment. Now, for you, it just happens to be the same thing. It happens to be the base set Charizard. It happens to be the anime, Pokemon Yellow on your Game Boy. Those were the things, and it happens to also be the first ones. I think if we fast forward the next 20 years, those things won't be the same for them. Obviously, it will be, the Nintendo Switch, right? It's going to be Sword and Shield, and then whatever else, the current animes. Probably not the ones without Ash, but let's go back to at least the Sword and Shield animes. That's going to be what they have that emotional attachment to. And I do agree with you that they will, if they mature into the hobby and they kind of do the research and they get more advanced, they will find the old cards. They will find the vintage, if you will, the vintage upon vintage. But I don't think they're going to want it the same way that they want what was there in their childhood. I think that supersedes the history and the lineage back to where Pokemon started.
I guess then we would have to break it down in segments or break it down in compartmentalize. What type of hobbyist are we talking about? Are we talking the fully passionate, neck deep,
yeah. Yep.
hobbyist? Or are we talking about just a guy that's just casually in there? As a sports fan, I didn't experience a lot of these godly like figures in sports, right? But I'm drawn to them, and whenever I can find a collectible that is tied to them in one way, shape, or form, I want it. Now, do I value that person the same way that my grandfather or great grandfather would have experienced those? Of course not. To them, those have more of an emotional attachment, right? That's what base set Charizard is for me, is the emotional attachment. But that one compartment of hobbyists that is going to be very dedicated, very neck deep into this hobby, they're going to look at this Charizard the way that I look at the great historical figures in sports, or even great historical figures in this great nation or in the world, right? Whenever we see these things, it doesn't mean the same, but we value it. We understand that there's something there that we should appreciate, and our appreciation is different for it, but we know, oh, this is Abraham Lincoln's hat. I never cared for Abraham Lincoln's hat, but if I come across Abraham Lincoln's hat on eBay and it goes for a good deal where I'm like, this is a good deal, I can value this, there's significance in here, I'm going to pull the trigger. Whereas our grandfathers or great grandfathers, they're going to look at Abraham Lincoln and it's going to mean totally something different. Emotion is going to be heavily tied to Abraham Lincoln. For me, it's history. So I feel like all these compartments are also going to exist down the road. I feel human behavior is very predictable from that standpoint, human psychology. So they're going to come. There's going to be different compartments for sure, but I feel like in general, that's my sentiment.
Yeah, and keep in mind, basic. We're not debating if they see the value, right? If you're going to pay, and you only have $100 to spend. Only 100. Now, granted, I'm saying you have more money in the bank, so it's not your last $100.
Sure.
But you have $100 to spend, and you can have a signed Michael Jordan hat, or whatever your favorite basketball player is, or you can have this Abraham Lincoln hat. Which one would you actually want to buy and use, and wear, or put up and see every day? Would it be Lincoln or would it be Jordan?
Well, like I talked about, compartments, because I lived through the Jordan era. There's emotion, and emotion, human behavior, human psychology, that holds a heavier weight than historical value or actual value for that matter, right? But if they're both worth the same, it's going to be the emotional attachment that is valuable. We value the human the emotional attachment to something very high. So that's easy. And I think down the road, for a Moonbryon, for example, right? For those that dealt with Moonbryon, or maybe they weren't old enough, right? Maybe these are the children of today that they see Moonbryon left and right, but it's too costly. It's too expensive today. But when they're 25 years old, 35 years old, they're going to look at that item and they're going to hold an emotional attachment to that because it's going to bring them back to their childhood. Moonbryon for them is a Charizard for us. So naturally, they're going to go there.
You're agreeing with me.
So I agree with you there until that person gets deeper in it and then they see Moonbryon or Charizard, right? And the different compartments are going to react differently to this one thing. Emotional, they're going to go Moonbryon. But the person that's neck deep is going to have the Moonbryon, and then it's also going to have the Charizard because they understand the significance of that Charizard. They understand that the basis of this whole hobby, this is the OG guy. This was the first OP Pokemon that's ever existed. As I say, I'm not a big Charizard fan by any means, but Charizard is iconic. And I don't like Charizard that way. I'm not a big Charizard collector. I could care less for it, but it is iconic. I cannot remove that significance that Charizard has for this hobby, right? But I'm gonna go for the one that I more emotionally am attached with.
So you're just stating my argument. So thank you for that. And
I
think
agree.
the chat agrees.
No problem. No problem.
Recognizing value doesn't equal want.
Again, I think it comes down. The hardest part is what person are we talking about, right? Because if we're talking in general, overall, 99% is going to go for the modern. 99% is going to go for whatever they are emotionally attached to, right? That exists today. 99% of the hobby just wants what's new. They just want what's happening, what people are posting on IG. The 1%, the niches of the niches, are going to go for the more historical items, right? Think of all the big pillars in the hobby. They are the 0.0000 forever 1% of the 1% of the hobby, right? They go to such extreme to learn this history. You could grab a same person, same age, same age demographic, and because they could care less about the history, that person that's 35 years old is going for the Moonbryon. You got it's nuance, it's a compartment, but that is significant in this case. So I guess I would agree with you that 99% of the hobby 30 years from now is going to care more for Moonbryon and what's modern than the Charizard. But the 1% that really gets it subjectively, then they're gonna go for the other routes.
Burn. Okay, we'll close that one with a win on my side. Basic just undid his whole argument that the kids want vintage. Shake my head. Exactly. Emotional damage. Basic can't debate. Man just goes in 360s all over.
I'm too nuanced, man. I always think of that. So to stick in one lane is very hard, but I gotta admit this one was the hardest one because I couldn't step away from the pocket of which angle are we talking about, right? Which lane, which compartment, right. And yeah. So once I broke it down, what if we break it down? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. No.
Yeah, if we break it down once I broke it down in my head, 99% versus the 1, there's like, okay, well, from that standpoint, that wins. The 1% is definitely still going to go for that history, but that's only 1% of the hobby, right? So from that standpoint, you're right.
All right. You want to do one more?
Let's do it.
All right. Pokemon, the company, as a whole, will never die. I mean, as long as we're here on this earth, it will be here. Now you get to choose which side.
I'm trying to think which one I'm gonna win. Which one I have the strongest. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna go with it will die. So you got to go. It will never die.
Okay. You know, I'm going to use your own words against you here, Basic.
Let's do it.
We, the
I'm used to it.
society, are responsible. We're responsible for what these companies do, which is what has made Pokemon one of the biggest or the biggest IP in the world. The fact that we have spanned these generations and continue to do so even today has completely ingrained a level of Pokemon throughout society globally that won't be. We have more of a chance of killing ourselves with a nuclear bomb than the generations and hundreds of years that would have to pass for us to undo the deep love that we've now ingrained entire societies with Pokemon. It's touched everything from just, I like clothing, I just like to watch the shows, I want to play the TCGs. It's touched every facet of these people's lives, including my own, and my kids, and my wife, and my neighbors, and anybody I talked. I was just talking to somebody in Singapore at my job, and she made a Charizard joke. I'm like, oh, you like Pokemon too? And it's everywhere. And I think we have many more chances of larger catastrophe at a global factor than we do of anything of Pokemon falling apart by the time this happens. I'll start with that.
Every empire must fall. Every empire,
Yes.
every great empire that's ever existed has fallen at some point. And the Pokemon empire, so young. Does it have a lot of life yet? Definitely. But if every empire must fall, Pokemon is susceptible to that. Pokemon is not immune, does not have immunity to that. And I think naturally with today, with the way that we're engaging with it, and this is just my standpoint, we have changed the landscape of this hobby. It used to look like X back in 99, and now it's a whole different world. What does that look like 30 years from now? What does that look like 100 at the 100th anniversary? What does that look like? What also happens, why empires fall, is why I'm kind of sticking with this one. There's also a lot more room for you to make more mistakes. If you want to call it, say, hey, we want to go for 30 years, you can run a perfect 30 years and call it a night. But if you want to go now 100 years, now you got to be perfect throughout. Not perfect, obviously, but there's more room for more mistakes for you to make in order for that empire to fall. And that's kind of where I'm going with that. It's eventually there will be mistakes, and not only from the company side, but from our side, where we just don't want it anymore.
I mean, that last part, you just threw that in there like a, we don't want it anymore. I mean, the opening statement here was the fact that we've deeply ingrained it in societies for multiple generations, and again, continue to do so 4, 5, 6 generations deep now. And if we're going to bail out car manufacturers because they're too big to fail, do you think we're going to let the biggest IP in the world fail? Governments will create money, and they won't let this company fall. The impact that will have to the economy globally is not something that we can take. If Ford Motor Company is going to be saved, we're going to save Pokemon if they're in trouble. If they make some bad choices, we lose the CEO and things start to fall apart. It's in everybody's best interest that it continues to go forward. And I don't think any government's going to let that fall without putting everything they have into it. And if we have that issue and the government can't help out, then, like I said, we have more catastrophic issues elsewhere. It's going to be something that's too big to let it fall.
Now you're making me want to go even deeper based on that answer, because it's okay the first time to bail out. It's even okay the second, third, and fourth, and fifth time to bail out. Eventually, the threshold is met. Eventually, if the company is making enough mistakes, they're like, that's it. No more bailouts. Now it's maybe buyouts, but eventually, again, it's not the same thing. Human psychology is undefeated. And if bailouts are going to be a thing, eventually human psychologists just don't value it the same, right? So Pokemon dying one day, the bailout thing, I'm going to now lay off of that because I feel like that's a whole different thing, and that's why I wanted to go deeper in that initially. But bailouts is not the thing. The reason why Pokemon will eventually fail, and this is where I would hold my hat, hang my hat on, is look at how rapidly we are evolving as a human, as a society, how we're engaging with things, how technology is becoming more and more ingrained in our lives. I look at how I was a child and how I was raised and what I was coming along with, right? What I was brought up with, toys and liking cardboard. Yes, kids like cardboard today too, not at the rate or the numbers that existed back in the day. Today, kids are being raised with tablets, phones, and what have you. My kids, their school, every single kid, it seems like, has a phone. Imagine what that looks like 30 years from now. Now, when my very first answer when I said, if we make the mistake, that's the mistake that I mean. We are going to implement things where we are just not going to care. Now, I say mistake because to an extent, we should keep certain values, like allowing children to be children. It's already happening before our very eyes that we're not allowing them to be children, or at the very minimum, children are very different today. It cannot be debated. Children today are raised very differently than the way that we were. And that's us making that mistake to the point where Toys R Us goes out of business. Why? Now, technology got in the way. Now you have your Amazons. Now you have every single major store has a website. But also, guess what? Kids don't care about toys these days. Once you get to the 4-5 year age, once you crack out of the toddler age, you're done with toys. Now you want technology. Now you want that phone. Now you want whatever game is on that tablet. We're creating that mistake. And that's why Pokemon will fail eventually one day.
I mean, you made a lot of assumptions there, basic. Mostly wrong, but that's okay. I'll
Mostly
grab
wrong.
some. So, and the chat's eating you alive, buddy. Chat is just eating you alive.
I mentioned it before. I think very, very rarely, and that's okay. I'm very proud of that.
I mean, your technology argument and kids changing, it actually doesn't help you that much at all. And you're making an assumption. It doesn't help you that much at all because you're also making
what doesn't
the whole technology evolution, the changing of children, the stepping away from kids being kids, in a sense, losing what we had growing up and what our grandparents and parents had. Because you're assuming that one, Pokemon won't be in the digital space. They're going to evolve, just like we are, and they're back to your previous points in previous debates. They're going to do what's profitable, and they're going to be right there with you, just like they are with the digital side of the TCG game. They'll probably expand on digital collections eventually, not to replace it, but they'll expand on it. They'll have the whole 3D worlds and everything you can experience. They're going to have all of that. So, okay, you want to be on the Switch now? Cool. Pokemon's there. Oh, you want to be on the computer? Whatever that's called in the future? Yeah, you can be there too. You want to tap in on your car on the way to work when your car is driving you to the office? No problem. You can play a quick game. They're going to be there. I also think that we need to go back to the word fail, because you use the word fail, but I use the word die. Okay? Pokemon will never die. To fail is to make a mistake of some substantial size. But then to die is to say, I give up. I quit. You can fail at something, and as long as you keep going, you continue to try. You evolve. You change. Right? To be a failure is one thing, but to fail at one thing doesn't mean that you're going to die. So the company is not going to die simply because it's made a failure. It will evolve. And these evolutions through technology will only be more money for Pokemon in whatever the digital form is. Exactly. You adapt, as iPhone said.
Before I start my rebuttal, I need one quick word answer. And this is just one example. Did Toys R Us die or fail?
Well, the fact that there's still some couple, they didn't die. They made failures along the way.
Sure.
They're trying to recover. Yeah.
Sure. Toys R Us is dead. Toys R Us is dead for what the initial question was, as maybe an assumption. Pokemon, in order to be alive, needs to be up here. If Pokemon is just being played, collected by those that just have that continuous attachment, eventually those people will die. The people that had the attachment to Toys R Us will die, right? The companies that made the toys, there's a lot of companies that died, right? That actually don't exist. They don't make toys anymore because of what I brought up again, technology. Whether it was companies jumping onto technology, making it easier for everyone to get what they need, and not allowing Toys R Us, not allowing toy companies to adapt. They couldn't adapt. They couldn't adapt fast enough. Pokemon could be in the same scenario where they cannot adapt fast enough. And they'll be dying, and there'll be another decade, and they're dying some more, and they're going to be another decade, and they're dying some more. Every day of our lives, we're dying, literally every single day. We get our cells break down. We lose more cells. We lose more of our I'm forgetting the term, but essentially we're deteriorating every single day. That is what Pokemon and every company at some point, not every company, but every company at some point is going to have to deal with. They're going to die because they're losing that vital substance, and that is the consumer. The consumer eventually will leave, just like our cells, just like our deterioration of bodies. That's what the companies need in order to make a profit. You need a consumer in their pockets. They're going to die, and that I believe it's going to be due to technology. If Pokemon is selling 10,000 booster boxes a year, they're dead. That's my definition. Based on where Pokemon is today, if they're selling 10,000 booster boxes 30 years from now, they're dead.
Okay. I'll partially accept that, but you're comparing apples and oranges. Pokemon and Toys R Us are not the same thing, not even close. Toys R Us was selling other people's products. Toys R Us didn't have their own video game. They sold Segas.
Sure.
They sold Nintendo. They didn't sell, buy my Toys R Us game system. They didn't have that. They could not evolve as the technology was changing faster, and of course, poorly managed company. So you add those two things together, that's a different business model. We're talking about Pokemon. They're already in the space. They are the number one. They have the funds to adapt as quickly, or in the cases like we've talked about historically over the past few years at least, or as slowly, strategically, to make sure they have plenty in the bank to pull out and still be on top, still be number one. That's why they're not doing serialized cards, in my opinion. That's why they're not doing all the things they could just jump and do. Hey, these other TCGs are doing this and this and this. Well, no, we're going to wait. We can save that. We can pull that out when we need it. We don't need it right now. We're still number one. So why would I do that? So comparing Toys R Us to Pokemon was probably the knife you're going to have to fall on there, because I don't think those two things will be the same. And they have the ability.
There's nothing like Pokemon to compare, right? It's the only one.
Exactly.
Pokemon was also brought to our eyes, to our attention, in a place where we had nothing to take our minds away from it, right? You could not. All we had was TV back in the day. All we had was the consumption of toys and things like of this nature. Pokemon was in the perfect frame, in the perfect window when it came up.
Is this the argument where you start to agree with me? Is that what we're
This
doing
is
here?
the part of the argument where I'm going to say
Okay.
technology is going to evolve more rapidly than Pokemon can adapt to. We are making this argument, right? Or a lot of the argument, which I can see, because why? What did I say? Human behavior is undefeated. The emotional value that we're tying up to Pokemon, we cannot let go that this company can one day die because we're emotionally attached to it. If you talk to another person that could care less about Pokemon, I bet you they wouldn't say so. They would have a different argument, right? Because they don't have that emotional connection to it. They would give you more an objective perspective. When we have an emotional attachment to something, it is almost hard to really give a nuanced take or a take that doesn't benefit you or you have your biases, right? And I think this is the case here with Pokemon and people saying that Pokemon will live forever. The emotional attachment. We are still the babies that grew up with Pokemon. The babies that did not grow up with Pokemon as they are today. My kids, I would love for them to get into Pokemon the way that I did. I'm already seeing at the ages of 10 and 12, they're gone. They're far gone. And in that little pocket that they did experience it, they experienced it for a lot less than I did, the way that I genuinely enjoyed it. They did not have the multitude of friends to enjoy it with. I had a ton of friends to enjoy it with. I am hanging in a lot on a live on YouTube with fellow hobbyists, the babies that grew up in this hobby. There's questions that have been posed in the past month or two. How long do you see yourself doing this? How long do you see yourself going live? Can you see yourself going live when you're 65? Yes, we are the babies of Pokemon. Eventually, you get so far out, kids are not going to care about Pokemon. That window of experience with Pokemon is going to be so short-lived. That is going to be the detriment of Pokemon. Pokemon will not be able to garner the kids' attention because of technology.
Again, you've made such a big assumption here. Let me change the view. I'm going to speak to my good Pokemon, brainwashing in my children here. All of this stuff here. All of this stuff. Now, my only section is just a little bit right here. That's it. Everything else here, everything else there, that's my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it my wife, but that's my kids' stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They are deeply ingrained into what we're doing here.
Just so I understand, how old are your children?
9 and 5.
9 and 5.
And they started a year ago.
Okay.
Roughly, a little bit over a year.
Mm-hmm.
So they're playing the games. They're playing online. They're playing in person. They're building the friendships. They're trading at school. We're inviting friends over.
Mm-hmm.
They're having Pokemon parties. We watch the movies. All of it.
Mm-hmm.
All of it. So the assumption that technology is going to make that window short and therefore they're going to not have the connection in the future is really about how did you raise the kids? What did they have? My kids don't have cell phones on purpose. Now, they will have to obviously eventually have one. Mm-hmm. But even then, we joke, but almost somewhat serious, say they're going to get a flip phone. If we can find one, we're going to buy them a flip phone. Yeah. You can maybe play Tetris, but that's about it, buddy. Mm-hmm. And no FaceTime, none of that stuff, no Instagram. You can call me, I'll come pick you up. And until you can drive, this is what you're going to have.
One question, because I want to hear the continuation of this.
Yeah.
Do you think you are the exception, or do you think you're the rule in society today?
I see where you're going with this. I see where you're going. You're going back to where you lost the previous argument with the 99% and the 1%. I get it. I get it. The exception to answer your question. Mm-hmm. But the kids that they are engaging with, they're maybe the norm. They have cell phones. They have all the other stuff. But they're just as engaged. Mm-hmm. We see them at the play nights. They're the ones calling and sending little notes home from school saying, hey, can Johnny come over and trade with you this weekend? So even there, you're making an assumption that technology's starving them of this precious time to build the Pokemon connection for the next generation, and I don't see it. I think it's there. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm saying it's not as prominent as you're making it out to be.
For my last rebuttal with this one, because at this point we're just going to go in circles, and I do genuinely actually believe that Pokemon will die probably by 2100 because again, when we look at technology and how much it has grown today, from when we were kids to today, we are still the babies of that technology growth, right? We are evolving with it. And you're right. You're 100% right. Pokemon can adapt to that. Why can't Pokemon just be all digital? Imagine a world where physical cards don't exist anymore and all of your cards you're opening digitally. But eventually that will die out because technology is evolving faster and faster and faster. The question is, can Pokemon evolve along with it? Can Pokemon adapt along with it? And my fear is that it's a no, because technology will get crazier and crazier and crazier. Technology is going to create so many things. Pokemon, all of these things that we hold, dear to our hearts, and we call wholesome and innocence to it, right? Unfortunately, I'm a pessimist when it comes to that part of society. We will lose that. We will lose that completely. There will be zero space for Pokemon to exist at that point.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. We're starting to lose that, but I don't agree that we're gonna lose Pokemon. So what I see happening here is you basically pulled the same thing that you hated about that when I can't name the game. I apologize, but I'm sure it's gonna be vivid in your memory. The guy who sit there and he shuffled slowly in order to get a draw on that last match so that he could try to squeeze in and make it to the Metazoo tournament. So I feel like you're shuffling slowly here just to see if we can get a draw. So that let's go.
Again, whether I win or lose, I understand the angle of people that say that it's not gonna die. It is. I know it's based off of emotion. It's human behavior. If you're having the same conversation with another group, if you're having the same conversation with a group that has zero ties to Pokemon, they will give you a different perspective.
All right. That was fun. I enjoyed it. Did you like the debate section? I thought that might be fun.
I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah.
I definitely loved it. Again, I'm no stranger to debates, and I'm no stranger to being the one that is the only one in the group. I'm not afraid to stand alone in a room full of people. I told you actually earlier today that I always tend to think against the grain. My thoughts are always against the grain. That's okay. We need nuance. We need different perspectives. And the goal is that between my extreme and your extreme is that we learn something from there, and then we keep that going.
Waller says it wasn't fun; it was infuriating.
As a lot of my topics, as I've noticed on my live, I can trigger and infuriate a lot of people, and that's okay too. It makes for good content.
Navi Station said, "I love this. Need to do from now on Pokemon." Yeah. Well, not everybody's open to debates, and sometimes you can get that going, and people actually get really frustrated in real life, and they can't pretend the other side, and they can't see a different view, and it just depends on the person. But I knew Basic was going to be a good one to do that with.
Yeah.
So with that, we'll move into some rapid fire questions. I think you've seen these before. So the first section will again be that name the PokeTuber or somebody in the Pokemon space. Okay. And then the second section will be general. It can be anything in or outside of Pokemon.
Okay.
All right. So the first section, let's kick it off. Who have you watched most this week?
Nick's strength in Pokemon.
What?
Nick's strength in Pokemon. Because of the whole Metazoo thing, and that's the reason. But
who has inspired you the most?
In the YouTube space,
Yeah, YouTube Pokemon space. Yeah.
it's current. Are
Mhm.
we talking? Are we talking modern? Or are we talking vintage?
No, for you.
General,
in the
just
hobby.
inspiration overall. Gem Mint. I don't think if it wasn't for Gem Mint and me finding that channel, I would not be in the collectible space like I am today in the hobby.
I love Jim Mint. Good guy. The best at making a deal in person.
The best at making a deal in person. YouTuber.
Mm-hmm. Or in the Pokemon space. It doesn't have to be a YouTuber. You can be somebody in the Pokemon space.
I would have to say just seeing them deal. Honestly, it's Dan. Dan is just very fluid and he's very he adapts. And I think whenever he obviously top dollar is the goal, but whenever he can be flexible, he will definitely be flexible to get the deal done. So Dan.
Okay. It's not because you're wearing a shirt, right?
Not because I'm wearing a shirt, no.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Shout out to the number one sponsor.
Sponsor of today's podcast is nobody. Funniest one to talk to.
Oh, there's so many. Funniest one that I personally encountered with, and I think it's very obvious in the chat as well. But again, my experience with these folks, it's got to be Ernie Nesto.
Ernie? All right, Ernesto. Yeah, he's hilarious. I saw him on your 24-hour live.
Yeah.
He's hilarious. Who makes you feel the happiest when you watch them?
Classics.
Makes you smile. Classics.
Easy.
Like
that was easy. Classics.
Yeah, that was quick. That was quick. The first one you would choose to leave your kids with if you had to go out of town.
Dan. Sorry, Dan.
Sorry, Dan. You're making good deals, and you got the worst end of the deal. You
And
get 2 extra kids. Who has done the most for the hobby?
Oof, that's heavy.
You can obviously interpret most to be many things, but
yeah,
most positive, influence and contributor.
This is tough because I want to say two names, and maybe I'm being biased with one, but in my head, I feel like I'm giving the reasons as to why I'm not being biased, and I feel like that's Gem Mint. Whenever you're one of the first ones to do it, and you're putting yourself out there, and you're allowing people to see what you're doing, I feel like that also has a lot to do with how much you're growing, regardless of where you are in the hobby today. When you're the first one of doing it publicly, videos and all, to me, that has a big weight to it. So, Gem Mint.
Who made the biggest goof in 2023?
Who made the biggest goof in 2023? I've got one, but I want to make sure I'm being thoughtful about this one. But if I'm not bringing one up here, I want to say old school Pokemon. Pretty much the entire year he was absent on the YouTube space. So, I think Green is right. I think when you're a business, not being on YouTube you're only shooting yourself in the foot. And I understand that there's a lot to juggle there, but if you can do it, you should. That's only free advertisement in a sense, other than your time.
Yeah, we missed him. I think he made a video a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first video in 2024. Hope to see some more from you, Nick. Get on it, man. Get on it. Who lost the most hair since they've been in the hobby?
Who has the most hair?
Lost the most hair.
Who lost the most hair?
They've been in the hobby.
I guess this guy's a YouTuber because, I think he just dropped a video 2 weeks ago, something like that. So while he doesn't do it often enough, I want to say Gary.
Oh. Who has the best unknown talent? Unknown talent. You don't have to name the talent unless you want to, but
Unknown talent. This one's going to be a hard one. Because a lot of that, meaning they're not showing this talent on YouTube, obviously, right? This is something that you personally know. So
that's why I say you don't have to name the talent, but
right. So I would have to go with I'm gonna go with TCM this one.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Doesn't have a channel or any content, but it's just a huge positive contributor to this hobby.
Doesn't have that's so hard with, especially within our space, but zooming out from our space, that doesn't have what? This is extremely hard because I feel like at some level, everyone has a form of social media and their impacts. So someone that's just doing it on their own thing, but they're having an impact. Wonder they're so that's so hard that I'm actually gonna pass on this onto you because I want to hear your answer if you have one.
I don't. There was one person that I was trying to bring to mind, but I don't know if I even actually know his name. He's been anonymous in so many ways, but he's been given back to the community. But I don't think he's ever actually announced his name, so I can't name one either.
Yeah.
So
setting me up to fail.
Somebody who you feel is doing something really different, new, different, fresh.
Oh man, different, fresh. You know what? His way of showing the business aspect is very different from everyone else. Pokiani. Pokiani has a very different perspective. He's giving a very different perspective and much more almost transparent and visual to how the business is ran. So yeah, Pokiani.
Shout out to Pokiani. It was a great conversation. I enjoyed talking to him too, man. Good guy. I like him. All right, we'll switch over to the general section. So again, anything here can be outside of Pokemon, just, whatever the case may be, unless the question is about it. So before I do, this was just hilarious.
I hear Mr. Wars does this thing with his pinky. Oh my god.
Crazy guys. Good stuff. Eyes twitching. Yeah. Don't worry. What would make you want to quit Pokemon?
If I didn't enjoy it, if I didn't love it, I would leave it in an instant. I will sell off everything. And I spoke about it a little bit early before. I want to retain the enjoyment. If for whatever reason it's no longer there, it's an easy bye-bye.
Okay. That's a fair point too, especially since it's such a primary part of why you're here. The set you would rip right now if you could.
Fossil.
Who would win in a battle? Aerodactyl or Articuno?
I'm going to have to give it to Articuno, which is also one of my favorite Pokemon, but
they both are, yeah.
Articuno just has all of the ice moves, and I feel like it'll just freeze Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl doesn't really have anything. Yeah, Aerodactyl doesn't really have anything unless you teach it Hyper Beam. That's pretty much it.
All right. 1 to Aerodactyl, 2 to Articuno. The biggest deal you've ever made?
Single item?
No.
I guess this. I mean, it's right. It's a whole package. It's a whole story. But obviously, it's me sending off that grading sub to CNG during the boom in late November 2020, getting them back 18 months ago, deciding to pull the trigger regardless of how scared I was and nervous, going to Collecticon and going with like 600 cards, coming back with 12. That was the biggest deal.
But you made a killing on that, man.
It was disgusting. Even 18 months after the fact.
Yeah.
I always joke around with James. I tell him I gave you diamonds, you gave him back whole.
But I still sold it as if it was gold. Best childhood memory.
Best childhood memory. It's definitely within Pokemon. It was the first Christmas. It was the second Christmas because all the sets weren't out yet. So it was the second Christmas, 2000. All the sets were out at that point. Base Jungle Fossil. My godfather gave me one of my very few base set packs that I've ever opened. But he gave me a base set pack, a jungle pack, and a fossil pack, along with a binder. Now, already that was cool in itself. To get that as a gift. I never had one of those small 4-pocket binders. Didn't have one yet of those. He gave me my first one. But when I opened the packs, what I think is cool is pulling the Hitmonchan from base set, Hollow, obviously, and pulling the Hollow Hitmonlee from Fossil.
Oh, nice.
Hollow. So having Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee from those only 3 packs, base, jungle, fossil, I thought that was a pretty awesome. And I still remember it to this day. Like, what are the odds, that happens?
I love that, man. Good story. Did you put them in the binder right away, or did you make a deck?
Right away. Right. I was definitely one of those collectors that like, don't touch my card. It's getting sleeved straight into the binder. I was definitely one of those collectors.
Good man. Good man. Best TCG today.
Best TCG.
And obviously, it's ironic time to ask you now, but
very ironic. But if we're talking the whole package, the undisputed champion of the world, Pokemon.
Okay. I was hoping you'd say that. I have to end the stream right away if you had any other answer.
That's why I framed it that way. The whole package today. It's definitely Pokemon.
Something your fans don't know about you.
Something my fans that don't know about me. I think I gave a lot of it away. I think a lot of information that I don't think I've ever given before. Like, my hobbies in high school that I like to do. But let's see. What don't you guys know? What don't you guys know? Oh man, I'm such an open book and I'm transparent, and I'm not shy about me, my life, my doings. I'm trying to think, man, something you guys don't know. Wonder why. I feel like it should be very easy, and this is harder than it should be.
Silly.
Yeah, something silly.
I'll tell you one while you think. Something that my fans don't know.
I feel like you might. I mean, I feel like some of the guys might know it because I've definitely said this before. But I think in general, when people think of collecting, they don't think of this. But some of my favorite collectibles in my possession actually probably are close to zero value. And this is even Pokemon. These are things that people don't, what I would deem as, don't cherish, even in the Pokemon hobby. And I can take advantage of that because I actually love those things and appreciate those things even more. There's actually an item on the way here. I was hoping I would get it today, but it's probably coming in tomorrow. And that's a dog tag. Now, we all know the Pokemon dog tags, but the ones that I like to collect specifically are the ones that were actually handed out during a baseball event during the year 2000. So based on my my knowledge, the information that I've gathered, every single baseball team in the year 2000 had 12,000 dog tags specifically made, and one dog tag, because there's two of them per chain. There's a Pikachu, and then the other dog tag had the baseball team's name or logo or something along those lines, their mascot. So there's only 12,000 made once again, and this is in the year 2000, and they're extremely hard to find. And I enjoy that $20 dog tag more than a $1,000 slab of whatever, whatever it may be, of my favorite slabs. Those $20 dog tags still beat my more Ponychu. I 100% love my dog tag baseball teams, Major League Baseball team dog tags more than I do the Ponychu.
That's interesting, because I know that you've always prided yourself to work towards a PC that others don't have. It's not niche, and you don't care what the value is back to this point. But then you also combine it with your true original hobby and love, which was baseball. So those two things melded together. Yeah, I can see how that runs to the top. Yeah, I love it. Good answer. Nope, I didn't know that for sure. All right, best Pokemon card ever made.
One that's been disputed, or one that's
No, go for it.
I've always said, and I'm glad, and I'm happy, and I'm glad that it's been documented on my lives, and I've been on PK's live, and I've said it before. I've pretty much said it anywhere that I can, where it fits. Pre-release Raichu. I remember knowing about pre-release Raichu late in my high school career to like early after that, very early after that. I remember running into it in a magazine. Then I looked it up, and that's how I found pre-release Clefable, which I had to get pre-release Clefable because of that history. I'm still trying to get Gary's PSA 9. There's only a few of those PSA 9 Clefables. But pre-release Raichu, just naturally because of that history and what it meant, or not what it meant, but the history at that point, how it got pulled or how it got made, the exclusiveness, not intended obviously, but the exclusiveness of that card. I've always said on my lives, I would trade everything in my collection for that one card. And I'm glad it happened years ago. I've said that years ago, before this whole pre-release Raichu in the past few months.
Wow. You think you're ever going to get one?
At this point, no. At this point, there's no way. Even if I traded my entire collection, I would think I would still be short.
Well, maybe one day, man. Maybe one day, and we'll see. When Pokemon dies, maybe then.
Okay, well, here's the take. If that's the case, I would much rather Pokemon live forever than get me a pre-release Raichu.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make that sacrifice.
You agree with me? I knew it. I
had to take an angle, and I wanted to go with that one. It's an interesting angle.
I like that. Yeah. Hit for the team, and Pokemon still wins. I love it. Best memory with your kids.
So many, but honestly, the one that sticks out to me is that pocket of time where they themselves really enjoyed opening Pokemon, opening Modern. And I always hated Modern, but during the year of 2016 specifically, we opened so much Evolutions. We opened so much base set Sun and Moon, and a few others like ETBs, Shining Legends we opened. And I would always at that point incorporate them. So if I was only needing one item, now I needed to get 3. That's why 3 is the number, because if I was getting myself a booster box, then they needed their own booster box so we can have our own battle. Teaching them the history, they could have cared less, but how base set Charizard, my base set Charizard, is what we're looking for in the evolutions and why it got printed during this year, and you know, my take around that thing. So literally, you know, if they're 12 and 10 now, in 2016, that was 8 years ago. So there were 4 years old somewhere in that pocket, and they had their own little kitty table, and I was sitting on in that little kitty table with them, and we were just going to town ripping packs. So one of those things where I tie something that I genuinely love, you know, from when I was a kid, trying to pass that on to mine. But I can see that I failed from that standpoint. Unlike PK, PK will not let that happen. He will not fail in that category.
No, he's invested too much. One booster box per child. He's in deep, man. By the time they're able to start opening things, yeah, he's gonna force it upon them. You're gonna like it. Here, start watching my lives. I got 30 years of content. What do you think about the Pokemon content sphere? Do you think it's in terms of content creation? Do you think it's oversaturated?
No, I don't think it's oversaturated. I think we definitely need more. And
of what kind?
Like a lot of things, it's compartmentalized. We need more people like ourselves that, you know, and even within that, there's pockets within our 1% that we have this amazing knowledge, information, and just need of just getting deeper in the hobby. And there's deeper that are very serious about it, and they go about it from a very business-like standpoint. And then within the same 1% spectrums, you have people that have that same knowledge, but they tend to be more easy about it, right? Their form of content is more relaxed. And incorporating that along with the information, you need the seriousness and you need the relaxed. Outside of the 1%, you also need those influencers, right? To keep this train chugging along, you need these influencers like the real Breaking Nates of the worlds that really, even Leonhards and Poker Raps, like that really talk more to the children base more than the adult base. And even though the adults can definitely enjoy that as well, the age demographic, the aim for those channels are for the kids, and you need more of that. When you only have 3 or 4 or 5 of those, that's not enough. We need 50 of them. We need 100 of them. So there's definitely more of these channels that are needed from every compartment of every angle within this hobby. We need to experience that. We need to experience every single angle in YouTube form of this hobby.
I wasn't sure you were going to say that. It was a good answer. I like that. The Mexican hipster says, Basic daughter says, Dad, my fingers hurt from opening packs. Basic says, well, too damn bad. That's the reason why they don't like Pokemon anymore. Keep opening packs. We're not quitting. We're not quitters.
Oh, man. Some way, somehow, as he put my name on there, I feel like that's PK, because we know how adamant PK is with, like, they will love Pokemon. There's no other way around it. I'm not going to allow that to happen. They will love Pokemon. I'm definitely more of a libertarian. Whatever they want to do, it's fine. Yeah.
Well, we're going to switch it over now to a little bit of the personal side. And I didn't say it in the beginning when we were chatting before we got started, but obviously anything you want to pass, we can pass.
Okay.
But if anything you're willing to share, feel free to let me know. You mentioned it a little bit here today, but I would definitely love to hear more, just a little bit about your childhood and kind of how you grew up and, you know, your parents and how that relationship was and what was that whole dynamic like?
My childhood, again, and I remember joking about this, half joking, because I understand how, you know, these things can affect one's, you know, life forever. But I feel like the reason why I love Pokemon the way that I do today, it's probably due to trauma. And that trauma really stems from, or again, even lighthearted, because I mean, there's real traumas out there, right? That people deal with from childhood that, you know, makes my take look like a luxury. But when I was young, obviously I loved Pokemon and all of that stuff, and I grew just like anyone else naturally. But during this time, already during this time, I already had to grow up. I had to mature fast. I had to pretty much give up a little bit of my childhood per se, and I learned this as I'm older now, because I had to out of necessity. My both of my parents worked. Luckily, I was very fortunate to never be in need of food, of shelter, of any of these essential things. But that required them to always be away at work, right? It required me to walk whatever, almost like a mile to school, and then take care of my brother. Now, again, this is back in the late 90s, walking a mile to school at 7 a.m., whatever time it was, right, in Chicago. That's what I had to do, and I was responsible for my brother, making sure that I brought him back, making sure that the responsibility of not getting into trouble and not doing crazy things, because well, now I have this other life, and I did see it that way. I have this other life that I need to take care of, and this is me probably in the ages of 8, 9, and 10. And so therefore, because Pokemon allowed that one pocket of me to keep my, maybe not innocence, but to keep my childhood, that was like the one angle that even my dad didn't seem to mind that I was collecting, because he himself is a collector, so he kind of saw that and he didn't see that as terrible. But as far as like toys and whatnot, I naturally had a step away from that, just because I needed to mature faster in my role in that family demographic.
Right.
So that was pretty much my childhood. That's kind of my demographic. But and you know what, I should state, I had amazing parents. I have amazing parents. My dad definitely more on the strict side, but very philosophical, which is also where I get it from. He loves to have debates and conversations, which is where I get it from. At parties, while everyone's doing their own thing, it's the uncles sitting in a circle and they're debating politics. They're debating whatever the latest news, whatever sports, family issues, whatever. There was always this debate. There was always this circle, and that's where I get it from. He was very strict. He was very stern, but at the same time, he always made sure that I understood. And for my mom was more of the nurturer naturally, right? Women are typically, mothers are more of the nurturers. So I've always joked around, whatever little compassion and love that I have, towards people, is like, I get it from my mom, because my mom, just like my grandmother, they're willing to give you literally their last dollar, their last piece of clothing. Yep. They will do anything for a family member. And if it's a stranger, they almost felt like they needed to do more. And that's where I kind of get my compassion from, treating people with respect. And I guess all in all, which I think is very important, and I try to do, I try to match them, if not more, towards my kids, is affection. My parents definitely were not shy about giving affection, specifically my father. So as fathers, especially in the Mexican culture, it's not as common. It's not a norm. It's not a common thing, right? Yeah. You need to tough it out. No, my dad actually is very affectionate. So combine that with both, honestly, they're just amazing parents. Yeah.
What did they do for a living when you were growing up?
If I recall, my dad, funny enough, like my dad, I don't remember what he did necessarily, but it involved a lot of building, managing, which he still does to this day, but at a much lower level. It's funny enough. My dad, again, both of my parents, they crossed the border. I couldn't tell you exactly what specifically what year, but I want to say it was like somewhere between 85 and 87. I was born in 88. So they met here, even though funny enough, they're from the same town, Mexico. They met here in the United States and in Chicago. And everything's the rest is history. But obviously, when you're documented, right, opportunities are fewer, and you pretty much have to take whatever you can get. Both of my parents, whenever they could, I think it was during the Bill Clinton administration, is when they made it much easier for folks to get their citizenship. So they did that immediately. They made sure they did that, and they were able to buy their first home. They were able, I think the year before I was born, they bought their first home in '88 in Chicago. And as far as, again, what your question was, work. So they just pretty much worked with the opportunities that they had, and they just climbed those ladders in their own way. And so to the point where, yeah, my dad, manages a building, a big, it's like honestly, it's a very wealthy building, because I remember there's news reporters there. Anyway, but he manages that whole building. My mom, she always worked in factories, type of deals. And, slowly, just because of her personality, just because of her drive, her work ethic, and again, that comes from both ends, their work ethic, she was able to climb up to the point where she got schooling through work, and now she's a lead supervisor for QA for Generac.
Wow.
So that they definitely both success stories from that standpoint, when they come in as immigrants already at an older age, to where schooling is out of the picture. There's no way they're doing schooling here, and just working their way up just through work ethic and understanding how to do things the right way.
Story of your parents climbing up through the ladder, and education being a part of the process sounds very familiar.
Yeah, funny enough. Yeah.
Who was one of your biggest influences, though, as you were kind of growing up? Who was that? Was it the uncles? Was it the grandma? Was it the mom or the dad? Who was like that biggest influence for you?
Oh, man. Good influence or bad influence?
Let's go with the good one.
I have both. Again, living in Chicago, right, there's definitely bad influences. And, when you're a kid, you don't know any better. So I definitely have bad influence in the forms of cousins and, things like that. But in terms of from a good influence, my godfather, which is why he's my godfather, the way that he he has this very he's a cool guy. He's a cool demeanor. He's not your traditional uncle, right? He doesn't work that way. He's very modern, I guess, for lack of a better term. He's very modern. But yet, with all that said, and his own success, he's also down to earth and respectful, and treats people well, and very giving, very, very giving. And on top of that, just so hilarious, and so who cares, and it doesn't matter, and it's whatever, it's never that serious, always joking around. And I feel like he has that perfect package of what seriousness, right? Taking life serious, but also living relaxed and enjoying life. And another one of my favorite quotes, or not quotes, but it's more of a philosophical question, is life too short that you have to take it serious, or is life too short that you can't take it serious? And throughout my life, I've asked this question to a lot of people, family members, professionals, extremely successful professionals, CEOs, during their retirement, just older people that I just naturally have a conversation with. I'll ask people just because I want to gain their perspective and see if I can gain a grain of rice of knowledge. And I ask that question, and obviously they fall everywhere in that spectrum, right? But one of the patterns that I see, especially with the more successful, high position people, is that take more time to take life a little less serious and enjoy it, because it seems like those folks that spend so much time on climbing ladders, the corporate ladders, and focusing on careers and things like that, has obviously great benefits, but also has great negatives. And a lot of times it has to do with family or the lack of attention towards the family. I remember one specifically said, my kids are well off, my family's well off, and whatever. But I literally missed every single one of my child's childhood, every single one. I will never get it back. My wife, which pretty much had to bear all of that, and she did an amazing job. But the fact that I don't remember their first steps, I don't remember, their first whatever, what have yous, right? And it's like, yeah, I totally understand that. And I say this a lot. Funny enough, last weekend I took my daughters. They were at their robotics tournament. They're enrolled in the robotics league, and so obviously, right, as a father, and just being transparent, you have to do it. But God, does it suck to sit there for 8 hours in a gym and bleachers, and while the kids are having an amazing time, right? It's just something that you have to do. You have to be there for your kids. But as I'm there, as I'm present, looking at the TV, looking at my kids, what have you, I see like 3-4 people, parents, on their laptop the entire time. I'm making an assumption here by saying, did they really just bring their work to their kids' competition? At the same time, I can also say, this is the way that they're sustaining their family. This is the way they're making their family successful, right? Down the road and paying the bills and all that. That is extremely important. But that's when I ask then, when you see one extreme and you see the other extreme, then you have to ask yourself, what's more important ultimately? If you have the option, if you can, if you can juggle and witness those. I mean, at that point, it's like, just try to make it to the point where maybe you stay up later as a parent, right? There's a ton of sacrifices and they're always thankless, but try to just be more present with your kids and again, like a tournament like that, and not bring your laptops to these things because you're doing work. Again, I'm making an assumption and probably unfair to these folks, but even if it wasn't, that even worse, because then why are you on your laptop then if it's not for work, right? Something that's really important. That's really the only justification. And yeah, I guess it was just really sad when I saw that I would notice a few, though. One specifically, one girl was consistently calling out for their mom, and it was the mom that was on the laptop, and just based on how she carried herself, is like, this person is a professional and she's doing, she brought her work to the service. So yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, I know I steered away from the original question, but
that's okay. That's all right. It is called Pokemon Rants, right? So it's in the name. But no, I fully agree, and it's something that we actually strive quite strongly to follow exactly what you've done. We're there at Taekwondo and other events that we take the kids to, and not on the phone. I'm not. We're looking at the kids, because when they look to see, hey, did you see that really cool kick that I did?
Yeah.
That cool back spin. I want to make sure when they look at me, I'm like, good job, or when they're misbehaving, I want to make sure I'm looking at them and like, cut it off. Get it together, son.
Right.
That's when I flick a Pokemon card at him. You got to ingrain the Pokemon with the punishment. That way it comes on both sides. Walrus says, whoops. Missed it. There it is. Walrus says, regretting not starting at 4.
We're here all night, folks. We're here all night.
Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it, man. All right. Yeah, Basic got the record, I think. Yeah, he got it.
Oh, really?
We're gonna hit the.
What's your record?
I don't think it's been 4 hours, to be honest.
Really interesting.
And we've
hit. Okay. Well, I guess technically at midnight.
Yeah, we'll do it. I think we'll break the record. I'm happy to do it with you, my friend. Happy to do it.
For some reason, I love those records, man. I love those records of going longer than anyone else. It's such a dumb thing, and it's such an irrelevant thing, and so insignificant. But it's cool to own something. It's cool to own something.
Well, and we didn't set out with the goal in mind. It naturally evolves that way. Right. And I knew we were going to talk. I know you and I was going to go back and forth, and some of these things we were going to do was going to take a little time. So I anticipated it. No worries. No worries. Glad you're enjoying it, guys. Much appreciated. Hey, Katie. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, we didn't just start. We're 4 hours in. You have to go back and watch it later, but it's a good one. You'll enjoy it. Speaking about your kids a little bit, you mentioned they're in robotics. You also mentioned they've kind of gotten involved in technology and stepped away from the Pokemon space. What do you do now with them as part of the engagement outside of some of their hobbies? What are the things that you guys share together? Is it
Yeah.
bike rides? Is it any other sports?
So for them, so they don't like too much of the going out and like biking and things like that. They're not, but they definitely do sports, and they both. It's always a competition. I can see it. It's a competition between the two.
Two
So
sisters.
my two sisters, 10 and 12, and they're both in basketball. They love basketball. They love sports in general, and I feel like they want to join everything, which is cool, right? I mean, we got to pick and choose though, right? Because we can't just do everything every single day. But I definitely want to allow them, and if it's me sacrificing my time, for allow them to do more, I will. But yeah, sports is something that they do, and I love seeing them compete because I feel like that's a great thing. When they learn the aspect of competition early enough, but in a good way, not to the point where it becomes detrimental and it becomes obsessive and it creates negatives. But competition even within themselves, so my youngest, she's definitely more on the athletic side. She's definitely more on the using her frame to her advantage, and I think she likes sports because of that. When I tell you that she's had an arm since she was like 6, it's incredible how accurate her arm is, right at 6 years old, just throwing a little tennis ball. Just recently I was picking her up in school, and there's a football that all of a sudden came behind the vehicle lanes, and she asked the staff that's working there on the side, like, oh, can I get that football for them? And they're like, yeah, be careful. Yeah. She grabs the football thinking that she's going to walk it over. Her instinct was just to throw it. I tell you, I was like, this is the first time I think she's ever thrown a football. Maybe she's done it plenty of times at school.
Right.
But I've never seen her throw a football. I've never really played catch with a football with them. And she threw so deep, and so with such accuracy, such accuracy. Even the staff members were like, hey, your daughter's got an arm. And I was like, did you guys see that too? I was like, that's crazy. My oldest, she's more of the, I just want to experience it all. I just want to do it. I just want to go. But she's definitely more on the bookworm, nerdy, side of things. But what I like is if one person does one thing, the other person has to do it. They're like, oh, well, if she's doing basketball, I'm gonna do basketball. Oh, she's doing this. And so I think one, it pushes the other, right, to kind of go towards that. But because they both share different extremes of the spectrum when it comes to the extracurricular activities, I think it naturally blends them to try to form this perfect balance of sure, let's be really nerdy, let's be into books, let's be into our studies, but also let's play around, let's enjoy a little bit of the things that really don't matter, and those that do cherish those things that don't matter, those are the people that wind up being superstars at whatever leagues or whatever things. So I think that perfect balance of the two is what makes them perfect, and that's what I like to enjoy with them. I allow them to fight.
Go for it.
Yeah, I allow them to fight. It's like it's honestly like learning experiences throughout. I mean, if they ever get away, which is rare, obviously I step in. But I allow them to have that friendly, competition and fighting.
Yeah, it's healthy.
Yeah.
Changing topics just a little bit. One of the things that I thought through as I was going through some of your content, and I was thinking, have you given much thought, and I'm sure you have, to what the impact of pulling that Charizard at the Leonhardt pop-up did for your life? Like what the change of the trajectory was at that moment? If you don't feel there was one, then we can skip that. But do you feel there was a change?
So When you say trajectory, I don't think it had that much of a
No.
significance
The
in my
people you
life.
met, the career you changed. I mean, all those things.
No, because
No.
at that point, and I'm trying to remember like how it all, you know, the step by step. But meeting people has always been one of the things that I loved. Going to collecticons, from the very first collecticon, I've been in it, right? And at this point, I missed definitely quite a few. But at the very beginning, it was all about. I'm very social. I'm very social. I'm not afraid to socialize in a room full of strangers. Perfect strangers, never met them. Once again, right as I do rideshare, it's incredible, really, like how it really is incredible how some of these folks leave after especially long rides and they're just like, thank you for that conversation. But it's not like, oh, thank you for the conversation. It's more like on a deeper level. And you know, I love meeting people. I love meeting all sorts of people, all walks of life. But going to these collecticons, my only goal was to just meet people in the hobby that enjoy this hobby just like me, right? Like this is the space where, because before we're pretty much hiding behind the screen, behind the chat, right? We're watching someone else enjoy it and we're enjoying it with them, but they don't know who we are. And maybe some people we know, they lurk. They don't even they don't even chime in, they don't interact, they
Right.
just lurk. And from my standpoint, on YouTube, I always interacted in the live chats early on. I always left comments in the comment section, and that was just my way of interacting with fellow nerds, with fellow geeks, fellow hobbyists. So Collecticon for me, that was a way to be able to meet new people. Leonhardt was essentially just another Collecticon, just in a different framework. That's really what that's really what it was. So the Charizard pool specifically, did it have an impact? It definitely did, because I felt like it was full circle. So I always joke around that I never got to pull the Charizard and Blastoise and Venusaur for that matter. I later found out and knew why I never pulled a Charizard. And it was because base set could never be found around me. I only opened Jungle and Fossil. Very rarely did I open a base set pack. So I never even was given the opportunity to open a base set pack. They were much more expensive, maybe a couple bucks more. But I always looked at terms of value because of my dad. Says like, no, just get the other ones. And at that point, when I was a kid, I did not know that each one was a different set. I thought they were all the same thing, the same set,
Just
and you could pull all 100.
Yeah.
Right. I thought you could just pull all 151. I later learned that that's not the case. There's 3 different sets. And I later learned that that's the reason why I never pulled the Charizard. So when I went to this event and I pulled it, not only did I pull my very first base set Charizard ever in my history, but I got to pull it at this event. Not only did I pull it at this cool event, but hundreds of people in this room were watching. Not only did I open this base set Charizard with hundreds of people watching, but also people watching live at home for the first time. I can go back to that very moment and it still gives me chills, because what are the odds of me, the person that's never pulled a base set Charizard for whatever reason, pulls it on top of all of those different things, on top of that, just make it extra special. So from that standpoint, I feel like that was the full circle moment from, loving it as a kid, coming back as an adult. Let's just call it hiding away for X amount of time because you're the only one doing it and no one else is really doing it like you are. So you're a little bit, let's call it shameful, but that's really not the case. What's this?
That's your Mac doing, because when you give 2 gestures like that, the Mac will do responses.
I see. And so that's really where it became significant. I was like, this is the full circle. Now aside from that pool, what I would say, that specific event, I got to meet brand new faces that I still call friends today. Going back to the first Collecticon, it was Swami. Swami was my very first real in-person interaction with someone that has been on YouTube and then I got to meet him. He was the first person. We hung out the entire weekend. And obviously I got to meet old school Pokemon that same weekend. Jetmint, got to hang out with them. They invited me the very first day. I told Jetmint, I gave him the whole story. I was like, dude, you're my hero. Like, this is the reason why, like, I got in, and I'm in it because of you. And these guys invited me to hang out, and hang out. And I was, I still am a nobody, but like, I was really just a guy that walked up to them, right? And I'm hanging out with these guys, throughout that weekend. Again, the Leonhardt, same situation. And a lot of those guys, PK, met him in person for the first time. I've always interacted with him, but met him for the first time in person. Rock Pokemon, Connor,
Awesome.
Pikachu, Oldie, let's see, so many others. Ivy, obviously, she was there too. She pulled what was it? What did she pull? She pulled a Raichu. She pulled PK's Raichu, right? PK pulled a Mewtwo, and we all got hollows. That was pretty crazy. And then meeting each other for the first time in person. And all the Collecticons that follow, those things, that was impactful because of how engaged I am in the YouTube space today. And not that I obviously, right, I don't go live every single weekend, but the time that I actually pulled the trigger the very first time, I still remember vividly. This was during the Professor Oak invited me to his channel. We were having a game night, and it was me, and if I recall, this was Chev, shout out Chev, and Droop. And I believe it was just us four. So we're having, game night and what have you. So I think eventually after the game, PK came in. The production was shut down. But we stayed talking for about 15, 20 minutes, something along those lines. And I believe the final three was just me, Chev, and Oak. If I'm mistaking the order, I apologize. But people were asking me, or they were asking me, based on a conversation that they were having, how come I never went live? And I told them, like, well, you guys already do an amazing job. Like, there's no need for me. This and that. Like, yeah, but you offer a lot of great perspectives. Even if they are crazy and against the grain, you offer great perspective. Like, you should do it. And I remember asking Oak during the live, what really allowed you to pull the trigger to go live? Because it's something that I've contemplated, but I've also don't feel like I need to do it. I just really want to do it. And, so I told him, yeah. So I asked him, what really propelled you? Was it courage? And he says, it's not courage that makes you do something like that. It is the desire to do it. And you, my friend, just said you desire to do it. Forget the needing to do it. Forget the, everything else. Is like, if you just desire to do it, that's all you need to do anything in life. Literally those words, I was like, I'm going live right now. And Oak is like, no way, don't stop it, basic, stop it. I was like, I'm gonna go live right now for the first time. Don't know what I'm doing. Don't even have any setup. Literally, it was right there on the spot. I remember it was Halloween.
Yeah,
it was right. Halloween nights. And then because of the way that it worked out, it was really November 1st. But yeah, that's how I went live. And, meeting all of these people, all of their great perspectives, all of their great, help. And again, even Professor Oak was the one that, pushed me. Essentially, he really gave me that last nudge. And I never looked back from that standpoint, I guess, right? Even though I don't go live every, week or 2 weeks or what have you, or daily. The time that I have gone, I've definitely enjoyed it. I've actually thought about just going live every first of the month. So today was going to be my first live after.
Sorry about that.
After the 24-hour live, keeping that kind of trend. Okay, that was the first of the month, right? Kind of. So let's just do every first of the month. And if I feel like if I could go any other day, then I'll do that, right? But at least I want to do once a month. And when you invited me on, I was like, well, there's my one first of the month, right? That's my one. So
this counts. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
So really, that's what's been significant, because I think, not even speaking for myself, this is speaking for a lot of people in our circle. Meeting each other is what allowed us to really get on this, in the space. Having the camaraderie, having the friendship, the deep relationships that, you know, some of us have with each other, really allowed us to feel more comfortable to do something like going live. So, you know, to the point where fast forward, and I knew I wanted to do something I didn't know. And then one day it just clicked. And I said, I'm going to come back. I know that now I'm going to be stalling like an extra month to 2 months, but I want to do a 24-hour live. And if I'm going to do a 24-hour live, because a lot of people have been busting my balls about it, even though it was a joke one day about a 24-hour live, they haven't been able to let it go. I said, what better day than to do it on New Year's, right? Or New Year's Eve. That way we can count down all the time zones, all the homies that live in the different time zones. And, you know, the outcome, and it gets caught off, which sucks. Someone told me that the last 5 minutes or whatever gets caught off, and I noticed it. But I think it was TCA, Hipster, the Green Shiz. It was Northwoods, and I don't know if I'm forgetting someone else. But yeah, they were on live. They were the last group before I called it 24 hours. And what I said there, which again, it's cut off. It doesn't say it. My biggest fear doing this 24-hour live was not finishing it. Like, I did not want, one, because Jesus Christ, this group of friends that we have, I would never live. They would never let me live it out. So I was like, I know I have to finish it, but not only for that, because if you do something like that and then you just don't pull through, even for yourself, it's just like, why did you even do it in the first place, right? Why would you even put that on yourself? So I really wanted to finish it, but that was the worst case. The best case scenario was not knowing how many people were going to come on. It was a complete one. I didn't want to reach out to people and make them feel obligated, especially on New Year's Eve, right? Where it's, you know, for most people, it's a family type of gathering, or even if it's not, they're going out and enjoying themselves, right? So I don't want to make people feel obligated. So that's when I created the creative way of creating that thumbnail. And essentially, if I was subscribed to you, if I'm interested in your whatever, your time in the hobby, if you're a friend, you're on that thumbnail. And it was my way of like, this is your invitation. If you want it, take it. If not, then you don't have to, obviously. But my best case scenario actually turned out to be true. All I wanted was a good time, even if I'm solo. Not only did I do that, but 28 people, if I recall, came on at one point on my live. And that's pretty insane.
That's awesome.
That's pretty, what do you call it? Like, significant for me, because it's like people are taking not only their time away, for this one dumb thing that I'm doing, but they're also taking their time away from family. They're also taking their time away from, family festivities, right? And they're willing to spend X amount of time, however, and I appreciate every single minute that every single one of those people put in. That was amazing. That was, I wanted a few people, obviously. I would have never imagined that 28 people would have came on. That to me was the, like, wow, this is pretty awesome.
Very meaningful. Your average player says it was an honor to be invited. Much love.
Oh, and true story, UAP is the only person that I reached out personally to come on. I have ties with UAP, and things that he's allowed me to enjoy this hobby through suggestions that he's given me, and I've definitely pulled them off, and it's pretty awesome. But yeah, it's just, I also wanted to talk to him one-on-one, because I never talked to him really one-on-one. And I just thought, I feel like he's probably in the perfect time zone to come on right during those weird hours of the night. And I said, if it's one person, I was like, let me just reach out to UAP, see if he's down to come on. And he definitely came on. They're on the tail end. So that was awesome. So UAP, you were one of those guys at the end. I remember now. Yeah.
Good stories, man. Good times.
All that to answer your question of the significance of the Charizard pool. But
It
yeah,
all has a link there somewhere.
yeah.
So it's all in there. It's all in there. But no, it does, connect us back. And that's why I was curious if that really had any major significance. And, you kind of answered it, not necessarily that specific, but going through this, the hobby, the people, the connections, the journey, and then it evolves and snowballs. And next thing you know, you have to do 24-hour lives. And yeah, it, now the next one's going to be 48 hours. So good luck, buddy. Good luck. Got to double it every year.
Well, I
Right.
just yeah, well, let's say I just thought it was funny how it worked out where it's 24 hours for to ring in the 2024.
Mm.
And I'm gonna say it out loud, and I know now people are not gonna, let me live, or they're not gonna forget about it. But I was like, oh, so what are they gonna say now? You got to do 25 hours for 2025, and then 26 hours for 2026, and then just go on and so forth. So yeah.
Well, I went pretty far. I doubled it. I guess we can start with an hour. That's fine. That's
Yeah.
acceptable. Acceptable. Well, man, we'll wrap it up. We'll have two last questions, and we'll bring this beautiful conversation to a peaceful close, man. I looked at this and I thought about, because I try to make these very personalized to each person, and I thought about your journey and all the content of yours that I watched. And I look forward to meeting you, by the way, in person.
Likewise.
But I was thinking, you've really navigated this, probably arguably one of the best and most optimum outcomes that I've seen. What I mean is, like, you've not really had any drama. You don't really worry too much about losses. You've maximized the enjoyment. You're not running to a place of burnout. You don't get over leveraged that we know of. Right? I mean, everything really looks like you've navigated this in a way that maximizes the longevity and only grows the depth that you want to be here in this hobby. So with that in mind,
Man, I
what
appreciate that.
advice? Oh yeah, it's for me, looking from an outsider in, it looks very evident. And looking at the details and paying attention, and even something as small as this is my little rant here, as small as you not opening that Charizard that we talked about. And when I heard your reason why, I was a bit taken back, and I pondered on that for a while. And in case anybody doesn't know, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, Basic. But one of the reasons why was because it was your way to capture and control the experience.
Yes.
Because you were able to really lock that in a box, both literally and figuratively speaking, and say, well, I know what the experience was for me and my friends that I enjoyed that time with. And if I open this, things could be brought down. And then it also could present some unfairness to my friends and things they maybe did or didn't get. And there was a lot of things that kind of went into that. And the best way for you to ensure that experience was maximized was to leave it sealed.
Yeah.
And then you have this mystery on top of it, but then you get to have the experience exactly the way that you remember it.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing more, nothing less. And that's, for most people, would never be an option. It would never be a thought. It would never be a consideration of the people that are with you as a courtesy and as a way of, really in a sense of integrity, which is why I mentioned that in the intro. These are the things I was thinking through. You have a you have a base set Charizard that you don't know. Could have whatever grade. Could it be a 10? Could be a 9? Could be a pedigree. You don't know. But you have a different value on what that means, and you've prioritized that. And that just really solidifies the point that I'm making. You're sitting there navigating this hobby, and that's just one of many examples, in a way that I'm not saying there's no downside, but you've maximized the upside of the enjoyment, of the fun, of the experience, and probably embodying, some of what your godfather had shown you growing up, making sure you love and live life, right? It's been a great journey. So with those things in mind, what advice would you give to somebody here that's been in the hobby, or somebody that's starting off, to really make sure that they're going to maximize this journey for them? and they can also find the same joy and happiness that you found along the way?
Not the one thing, but I guess the conversation that I would give them if they asked for it. I would tell them, if their question was, how do you enjoy this, right? How do I remain the enjoyment, things like that? It's quite simply, like a lot of things in life, be an independent thinker. Because again, right, I'm not afraid to stand alone in a room full of people, because of philosophies, because of my way of thinking. That's okay. I understand that that's okay, and that may not be my room. And my hope is, at the end of the day, it's not to convince anyone, but it's to, if I give them a grain of rice of knowledge or perspective that they take with, it was all worth it. And the same way, in reverse, I can have a 5-hour conversation all day long with anyone, and all I care and hope for is that I get one little grain of rice of knowledge or perspective that I can take with. So going with the, what do you call it, the idea of being an independent thinker, not only does it, you know g- translate into real life, but especially in this hobby where you have a lot of influencers, and you feel like you need to do certain things in order to fit in. And comparison is the thief of joy. So whenever you compare, whenever you lose your independence and the way that you think, you are giving up that joy, you are giving up that happiness, you are sacrificing. um I just gave a quote there, but there's another one of my favorite quotes. um he who sacrifices freedom for security deserves neither. Now, that means a lot of things that you could tie to a lot of things, but in this case, in this situation, if you're willing to sacrifice your freedom, your independent thinking, for security of being liked or just being a follower, and everyone, pretty much looking for confirmation from your group, from your peers, looking for validation, you're giving up your security, you're giving up that, then you don't deserve that freedom. So in order to preserve that freedom, preserve that independent thinking, that is how you preserve your joy, that is how you preserve your happiness. I think, obviously, if you're with a group that is not accepting of who you are, obviously get a new group, right?
Right.
But
Get a
I
wrong
think
group.
I think human behavior, human psychology, we all fall to the pits of being influenced and being a follower, and it's just sticking to your guns, sticking to who you are, and being an independent thinker is key to retaining the joy and happiness of this hobby, and in life, really.
That's a beautiful answer, man. Beautiful answer. I think just your average Jeff said it was Ben Franklin was one of the
That's
quotes he
it,
mentioned.
Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what comes next, my friend. When we look at this in closure, one day we're gonna leave, and as I always say, I hope we leave, happily and on a good note. What legacy do you hope to leave in the hobby when you're gone? Basic.
Legacy. God, I hate the way I answer questions.
I don't. I enjoy it.
um, when I hear legacy, it seems to me, it gives me this energy that stems from ego. And when I think of what legacy
Really?
do I want to leave, that's if it's very egocentric, it's very ego driven to think, what do I want to leave behind, what do I want people to remember me by, when I know very well that, give time enough, give it enough time, you're going to be forgotten regardless. So what is legacy then? To just this generation to remember you, for the next generation after that. So I don't know what to replace legacy with, but to answer the question, what I just want to, one of the core things in life that my dad instilled in me is respect. Respect people, respect yourself, respect the world, respect Earth, respect your blessings, respect your failures, respect literally everything. And that really truly means dissect everything. You have to respect every single thing that's given to you, that you have to dissect it. You have to respect it enough. Again, wins and losses, respect it enough to dissect it so you can understand. People, regardless of how different they are, respect them and get to understand them. Accept people for who they are, regardless of where they are. Doesn't matter how good or how evil, you can accept it. That doesn't mean that you're okay with it, but you can accept it. And at the very minimum, you should always seek to understand, respect their angles, respect the reasons why they are who they are, so that you can understand yourself better. So that's the legacy, I guess, that I would want to leave, is that be a much more deeper thinker in this life, because if we don't respect this one life, right, once we figure out that it's really only one life, if you don't respect what's given to you, you're never going to appreciate life really for truly what it is.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. Basic, this has been epic, man. Thoroughly enjoyed it. That conversation went far better than I was hoping for. I knew we would run as long as we wanted to, and I think it's come to a really good place. Yeah, exactly. iFOMO. Wow. Yeah, right. Good stuff. Good stuff. As always, as I said to you in the beginning, my friend, thank you so much for donating your time, all 4 hours and 30 minutes of it. Can't thank you enough. Time is very valuable. As you said, you don't treat that lightly for yourself. I don't take it lightly either. So thank you so much for spending that time with us and sharing all your thoughts, your stories, your history, your personal, your Pokemon, everything. It's all there. Man, deeply appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you, Wonder. And funny enough, I don't tend to think that I'm giving you my time. I appreciate you giving me your time by bringing me on your channel, because you're the one that has to bear with it. So I appreciate whenever someone brings me on, I appreciate them for giving me their time, even though they're inviting me to their channel. It's an honor. It's always an honor that will never go away. As a person that's definitely a yapper, I appreciate people that can bear with me and hear me out. So thank you for having me on. This was amazing. This was awesome. Arguably one of my favorite, experiences coming on a channel. So definitely, I'm not gonna rank them, but definitely in the top two. Definitely in the top two for sure.
Thank you so much, Basic. Much appreciated. And we don't want to, of course, go without saying goodbye to everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome, absolute legends, running this for a very long time. Everybody's been very engaging, enjoying the conversation. Always good laughs, good times. And we hope to see everybody else on next one, guys. We appreciate it.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye.